application, I will use Nebula, which is a UI Angular UI library. So before that, I will share with you all the framework I will use to build this software. So first time I will use Angular. So I will use Angular for the front end because for any reason that I just used to Angular than React.js or any other framework. And for the backend, I just learned Node.js, so I will use Node.js and Express. I will use Node.js and Express to build the backend. So as for the UI library, I will use Angular. Basically, so Angular is a UI library that provide a lot of components to build a beautiful and good looking application. So you can check this out later. So you can combine these two with you can combine these UI libraries with Bootstrap. So for now, I will create a private repository on GitHub because this is my personal project and my personal SaaS project, and I cannot afford to make it public. But maybe in 2, 3, or 4 next video, I will maybe grant access. I can see how I can grant access to whatever want to see the project, and I will see later how I can manage this. So don't get angry at me, sorry guys, but you can actually follow the tutorial and do the same and watch again, and maybe make the startup kit private for now, if public for now, but later on the video when I start getting the implementation of feature done, I will make the repository public and see how I can manage to grant access to people. So that's it. So new repository on there. Public and done. So that's it. Here I will publish the public startup kit for the project, and you can grab this and start coding as the same. Start coding in the same time. So feel free to get this, clone this repository and start coding as well. So next, I will go on there and Okay, and then add readme. No, git command plus commit. Oh, sorry, git add before. And then git plus commit, and then we will push this on branch. We will create a main branch that we will call master. So this branch, no, sorry, but we will just do it like this. So our branch will be by default master. So let's create this past. Okay, that's it, that's done. And now we will push the code on the main branch called master. Yes, okay, that's done. I pushed the startup kit on the repository, so you can, that's it. So you can grab this and start coding. Okay, done. Let's see what we have. So we have everything, the backend and the frontend. So now I will get right into the backend code and just make a quick tour and explain the architecture I got and I made for this project. So I already set up a lot of things basically about Node.js. So I will start with the package JSON, and the package JSON we have all these scripts. So we start the project, and the start dev use nodemon. So I have a nodemon JSON file to watch for update. So basically that means that when I make update, I run npm start dev, npm run start dev. The project we use nodemon to watch for updates and basically reload rebuild the code source and reload the project so we can see our update about the API, and we have the build that build all the project into a dist folder, and the copy file that copy all file I went to the dist project to make it available at the dist project. So basically I will have email template for email implementation. So when I build the project, I can have my email template directly on the build folder. So that's it, and here we have all the dependency we will use for the project. So I will list and I will list express. So feel free to check I will list and I will list express. So what it does, I will list will help you set up dependency injection on your Node.js and Express project. So basically that makes a lot easier, so you can inject any services or any classes, or any class anywhere in any constructor class. So basically that's it. So now after you make all the configuration, basically you can inject any services on any constructor and make a lot easier and less link between classes. So that's it. And you can also use a release express for basically annotation. So Sorry, let's go back on our release. So our release will help you inject services like this. You can see here I have a simple example where I something I found on a tutorial I found on the internet that show how to inject any classes on controller. So basically I have a controller here and I inject a tax service on the tax controller to grab all the tax, and I release now for a release Express help you to have decoration like this, so you don't need anymore to specify to create a routing file, so that directly you can specify a route here and specify the HTTP method type here. So this is what I will express help you to do, make a lot easier to code and make less code. So that's it. And for the we have ICO for HTTP request, bakery to encrypt and decrypt password, body parser to parse a body into JSON or raw body, basically for Stripe or PayPal webhook, because Stripe actually need raw body to check the secret key, and we have calls for cross-platform call. So we have .NET Env to specify environments configuration. We have Express, Helmet, JSON Web Token, Mongoose for Mongo database, Mongoose for that MongoDB, Node Mailer to send email, PayPal, REST, SDK, RSGS, and Strap. So that's it. Now I have an index file that called app file and the app file contains all the default configuration that my Node server need to run. So actually I instantiate Express, and I instantiate Express and I use all the default configurations. So here I load all the container. So here is the configuration for dependency injection and .NET Env configuration. Here is the method to get raw body from a request. Here is the cost configuration and the view configuration. Here I connect to a MongoDB instance using the URL, and I will talk about a little bit in a few times about the technique I use to connect to MongoDB. And then I use so that's it. So here I want to talk about this URL, so I will blur this. So this URL I use replica set to connect to my replica set to store my database. So why I use a replica set help me to manage database transactions. So actually I use transaction in my I will use transaction in my project. Transaction help me to commit multiple transaction, and abort transaction when on one of all the requests I made in one controller something is wrong, that's automatically abort all the other requests. So assume that I want to maybe create a user, and after I create a user I create a free subscription, a free subscription, yes, for the user. So basically if I create the user and on the request to create a free subscription for the user, something something get wrong, I will automatically abort all the requests, so to create the user and to create the subscription on the catch part. So I will use a try catch technique to try all the requests, so create all create the user and the subscription, and if something get wrong on the user creation on or the user subscription creation, I will automatically that will automatically sorry about the transaction. So that's it. And now that I show you all the default configuration, I will explain a little bit the architecture I got here. So here I will create all the command files, the project we use, all the configuration, all the constant, and all the controller here, all the enum. Here I will create error files to handle error. Let's delete that by the way, because I don't need that for now. And here I will okay, here I will create my interface, my middleware model, and I don't need this folder anymore because I will use Express. So here I will just correct this to not use a root folder again. So that's it, and here we will have all the services and all the util the project I will need on this project. So that's it. And first we will create the authentication module. So for the project I will need a authentication module, so I will need to start with a auth controller. So that's it. But yes, let's get this implementation of a user authentication module, a user interfaces and model done. So that's it. Start interfaces. Okay. So user interfaces. So we have, I will share this screen so I can see what I am coding. So we have an ID. So in MongoDB, you don't need to specify an ID because automatically when you use Mongoose, you can have the ID, but Mongoose extend a Mongoose document. So when you extend a Mongoose document, you will automatically get an ID. So here we don't need to specify the ID. So we start by all the proper we start implementing all the properties. So here we have a that property, Control C, Control V. So yeah, I already have an email property, so I need this. That's one. A token, so that will be the token, the storage token, where we will store all the information. So we will need on the client part to we will decode and see if your user can still be connected to the platform. The verified email, actually a boolean. Agree with them. So we will check if a user agree with them and the software terms and condition. We will store that information. when the user try to subscribe, of course, or sign up, not subscribe, but sign up to the platform. And now we have social login. So basically, I will use SSO, single sign authentication, Google and Facebook single sign authentication. So I need a properties to specify if the user is trying to log in with Facebook or Google. So remember me, Boolean. So if we have a checkbox when the user is trying to sign in, so it can store it can store the sorry, I can speak. It can store the application can store the token for 7 days or maybe 14 days, but 7 days. We will see that later. And change password. Change sorry, here we rename the actually use social login. Change password will be a boolean also. So that's it. Let's create actually as I explained, the user will need a role. So here we have a role. So here will be a role interface. So now we don't have the role interface yet. So let's create the role interface. Sorry. Role dot interface. So start role interface. So we will have this file, and just grab that. Don't waste your time. So that's it. I'm sorry. That's it. And here we have a name. And we will import this interface. Done. And after what we have tenant. So as I say, a tenant can have multiple users. So basically what we will do is we will specify, we will link a tenant to each user. So a tenant ID will be automatically linked to all the users from the same tenant. So here we will have a tenant. So let's create a tenant interface also. Oh, sorry, my back is hurting, so let's start this. Okay, tenant interfaces. So we will have the same information here, just these two, because the ID will be also available. And let's import the tenant interface like this, and that's it. So sorry, I forgot. A user can also create another user, so we call this created by a user. Sorry, a user interface. And now we will create a mongoose model. So a normal mongoose model is a little bit different from a normal class model. So let's see how we can create a mongoose model. So start with the role, because we need this role on start with user model. So the user model will look like this. So now we will create a user schema. So we will export the schema, so if we need, we will use it. So export schema, so we will have a new schema here from Mongoose, and also we will need model from Mongoose, a new schema here, and we will define all the properties we have on the same properties on the interface. So we have created at yes created at that will be a of type that, and the default value, we will specify a default value if time a user is created. So there will be a default new data, so that will store the user with the current data, and we have the same for the update, add except updated add except a null value, except that we have for the update add a null value. So yes, and we will update this field when a user will be updated. And now we will have, let's split again to see what we have on the user interfaces, so we can easily implement all these properties. So we have the full name, which is of type string. So for Mongoose string, we specify the type with a uppercase first letter, and we say that this file is required. Yes, required, because we need a full name for the user. Actually, that will be better. And we have email, the email of type type string also, and this file will be required also. We have the password also required of type string, and we have the new password not required, because we will use this file, we will use this properties only if the user needs to change his password. And we will have the token, I say that this is not required. We have the token also not required, because maybe we will need a user without the token, or store a user without a token. We need a boolean. So here we have verified email, and we agree with them. Yes, let's write this. So of type boolean require true, and use social login. Social login, no, false. Yeah, yes, true, but here false. Remember me, false also. We just specify this if the user check the checkbox to save his password. And here we will have change password, and we will have here the role. Sorry, the role, and the role will be a one-to-one relationship. So actually, how the relationship work on Mongo. So you have to specify the relationship between the user and the role. So the tip will be mongoose, and I will import mongoose from mongoose. Sorry. Mongoose from mongoose. So mongoose schema mongoose schema type and object ID. Object ID. Okay, we have, did you mean mongoose? Yes, I mean mongoose. Object ID, and the ref is role and require. Yes, the role is required. So we have also the tenant, same for the tenant. And the tenant is required. So that's it. So now we will instantiate a new model using the interface. Yes. So now that we create the schema, we will create the user model, which is using the user interfaces. And now we user, and we use the user schema and export the user. So that's it. And we will do the same for the role and tenant. So for our role, so role model .ts. So now we will do the same. Just copy paste this. Remove all this field we don't need. Rename this and this one and this, and change this. I need the user, and we don't need mongoose, and that's it. So we have the role schema, and we forgot the name property, sorry, the name property. So type string and require. Cool. So that's it. And now we create the role model. Let's create the tenant model. Basically the same, almost the same. Uh, Files that the role schema. So new file tenant model, and let's copy and paste again this code to and update this. So we have tenant schema, remove name, and update name this variable, import the tenant interface forecast, and to import the tenant interface, sorry, and use the tenant schema and export the tenant. So that's it. We have our all three interfaces and three models for our authentication API module. So now we create this file. Let's create a controller. Let's create a controller. So now we will need a controller. So we have authentication that I will call auth controller. So authentication controller TS. So we can use this file as base. So let's use this. Rename this at this auth, and the class also. We will create the service for for the authentication. We will create the authentication service like this, and remove this and this also. That's it. So let's create a authentication service. So here we will create a user in database, create a list of user in database, create find a user in database by email, and all the other stuff we will need. So let's for now find a user by email. All right. Sorry, I didn't specify the class attribute. So public 5 get user by email. We will return await user fin1 by email. So we have email here. Sorry. I'm shuffling with the other language like C#. And we will return a user find by email, and we will command this method. So I recommend you to install this plugin, Mintlify Doc Writer. So this is actually a plugin that help you generate comments. So actually what it does is read what you have inside your your implementation inside your method and generate a doc, so you don't need to worry about. So you can generate the doc and read and adjust the doc, but that is a lot easier and help you to have always a doc, so you can so you don't forget about docs. So this is very important for you later if you if you let behind the project, working or another project, come after, or another dev who work on the at the same time on the same project as than you. So let's generate the doc. So select the doc here and click just on generate doc. So here what you have is a description of you have. So this function, let's read that. This function return a user object if the email exists in the database, otherwise it's return null. So you have the param and the return with a promise. So maybe we will specify the promise type here. So promise of user interfaces up, up. User interfaces or null is not assigned to user interfaces or null. And let's regenerate again to see what we have here. Generate doc. So this function take an email address as a parameter and return a user object if the email address exists in the database, otherwise it's return the same thing. So that's it, and we will have the same stuff. We try to get a user but also by his ID. Get actually we will call this service a user service, so that will be a user service because we will have a out service also to make things easier. So here we have a ID, so the method will be find user by ID. And we specify the ID like this. Oh, sorry. Let me take a quick break. Yeah. So I'm back. So here I just implemented two methods. So we also generate a doc. So now we will try to get all the user. If you need, actually, I don't think we need all the users. So I don't think we need all the user actually. Oh yes, I think we need all the user, the user, but the user, all the user related by a tenant. So we will get all the user by tenant. So here we will get all user related to tenant. So get user, get. I already call this user, so I will say get by email, get. I will say here get single by email. And here I will say get all by tenant. let's say we have the tenant ID and we say tenant ID. Oh, sorry, tenant ID, and here we have a list of user, and not find one, but find like this. Generate the doc. This function an array of user interface object are null based on tenant ID parameters, and we will create a user here. Just create that's user interfaces, and that will also return a promise of user or null. And using session, if you have a session, so that will be Mongo session. Actually, I don't know how to specify a Mongo session. Let's say we have to start a session. What that will be? A session will be like this: Mongo's start session, and we have the type duplicate. Format client session. We have a client session. So let's say we have a client session. Yes. And if you have a silent session, that will be return await user create. Also, we will say const user we will create a user with session later on. So we will create another method for session user. So let's say we will create a user like this. So create user, and that's it. So you have the same method but create with session, and we have a client session here, a client session. That means that we have to have a list of users, an array of users, because I think to make a session to create a document with session, we have to pass a list of object and return a list of documents. Sorry. So we will have create users and specify the session we use. And let's see when we generate our comment what it look like. So this function create a new user in the database and return the newly created user. Okay. Now we have this. Let's create the method to update a user. So to update a user, we will have this update user. So that will be a user interface with a return promise. Let's say we copy that to make things faster. So promise user return array. So actually we will have this method instead find a user by ID and update. So we have to specify the ID, sorry. And now sorry, yes, because okay, it doesn't exist on user interfaces. So why maybe I forgot something. Yes, I think for each interface I need to extend MongoDB document so I can get the ID. So this is what I say yearly on the video. So yes, so we will have, let's delete this file, we don't need it anymore. We'll have sorry, this file before. So sorry, rename this file user delete, and if we delete yes, I say that we need to extend a yes, I say that we need to extend a document, a Mongo document. So yes, extend with an S at the end, and document from Mongo's for each interface, sorry, document for from Mongo's, and extend document from Mongoose. I mean, yes, document from Mongoose. Yes, okay. Yes, so get back into user service file. So I will say we need the user ID. Yes, the user ID. Okay, sorry, I just forgot. I just forgot. Okay. Okay. I think I delete this functionality here, so let's regenerate again the doc. So yes, so I will now create update, sorry, a user. So that would be find by ID and update a okay. Yes, find by ID and update, so that will be user ID. So we have the ID now available from the document that we extend, and the new user, and we have this parameter to specify that this is a new ID. That's it. Generate a command each time we have a method. Okay, it update a user into the database. So now create a user with session. So we have user an array of user, and that return an array of user also, and with section, and we will specify the session on inside the option. So let's add also in parameter a client session. Sorry, this will be this, maybe make things easier. And also here we will make things easier by specify directly a user. Let's regenerate again. Okay. So now we will now delete a user. So async delete. So I make this method not explicit because I just want to save more time by copy pasting this class. Yes, by copy pasting this class because and not and remove all the method I don't need and make it general. I don't know if I can use generic. I can use generic model, but no, I don't think I can. I think I can use general um, generic model or interfaces, but I will just go like this because maybe each time I create a service for another document like user role chain or other stuff, thing will really change here, and I don't want to create one generic file. And yes, I know that is a lot of work, but I don't want to create generic file and put a lot of stuff inside. I want to make things separate. Okay. Actually, I don't know how to remove a user by ID, so I will just Google that. So remove mongoose, remove a user, uh, a document by ID. How to delete by ID in mongoose? So delete one, just like this. Okay. Okay. I will be delete one by ID. Delete one ID entry. Okay, what happened? Delete result is missable property user from type user. That is missing the following properties from tip user. Pop push. Okay. Test document. Delete result. Okay, we have delete result. Maybe. Okay, I don't know what it is. I will just leave things like this and see what we get as type. So I have a delete result. Okay. A delete result. Delete result. Why a delete result? I don't know about a delete result. A delete result. Okay. Maybe something I can import from Mongoose. Let's say we have a delete result or delete result. No, we don't have any delete result, so just make things easy. I don't like to don't specify type, but actually I don't know how to specify the type to return. So let's keep going. So that's it. Yes, now that we create a user service, let's create a authentication service. So now that we create the user service, let's create, okay, delete the unused, sorry, remove the unused module, the unused import, sorry. And now that we create the user service, let's create the user authentication service, and we will inject the user service in the user. I think we can do that. I don't know if we can do that, but I think we can actually do that. We will inject the user service in the authentication service class. Normally, that's yes. I don't know if we can actually do this. Let's say we have our container here, and we register the service to be scoped. Okay. Okay. We will do that. We will create also a authentication service, and that will be an exception for this module. So for other stuff, for example, we will also have a user controller on the side of the authentication controller. So user controller will help us to create, update, delete the CRUD. Will help to create basically the CRUD endpoint. So we will just inject the user service in the user controller. So let's just for this time create a inject the user service, this time in the authentication service, and use it on the authentication controller. So we will create now an authentication service, sorry, TS, export class auth, no, not controller but service, and we will see how we can inject the user service. Okay, like this, and here we will register a user service as class user service. So now we will have generate a command for this control. We generate a doc. Okay, I think I don't need all this. Yes. I just need this once. Okay. And let's assume that we will create a sign up oh, actually I think I will not inject the user service here. I will just pass pass in a parameter. I will just pass user as parameter on each method, so that will be easier. So let's not inject the user service here and just pass a parameter here. So we will have a user interfaces like this. We will return a boolean that say that the user a response. Yes, we will return a response here. So we will have a response from Express. Maybe just we will just maybe pass this to make things easier. Request and result a response and return response. A promise of response. We will return first a statue 404 not found if we don't find any user. So that will be send so that will be a try catch, sorry. Send, and we will send the error in the message. We will send the error in body like this. Let's remove the return type because we handle all this here. So we will just yes, return a 400 bad request instead, and 404 not found here, not found here, there. So let's assume that we have to first get our user from the request body. So we will just grab our user from the body, the request body, and check if the user is not null, or maybe we will check yes, maybe check if the user is not null. If that is the case, we will return and bad request also. Yes. So we will create an enum. So we can say that we have an enum that lists all the error message we can get. So we will have error message enum, error message enum. So export enum error message enum. So basically we will have data. So we say error message data not found, body request not found, maybe. Or maybe something general, bad request, sorry, bad request, because if the body is wrong, that is basically a bad request. So okay. So if I have a user, I will need to check if this user already exists in database, in my database. So that will basically if I do this like this. So no, sorry, I just realized that I really need to pass my user in parameter and not use request and response. So sorry guys, let's change this implementation. So we will check if the user exists or not. So here we will check if the user exists only, and we will inject the user service. Read only, sorry. So that will be user service. Yes, user service. Find a user by email. That will be that email. That will be a user email, and we will add the await property. So if the user exists, we will return this conflict statute code. That means conflict. There is a conflict. Sorry, not there, but there. Conflict. And we return a. We also create an enum. I realized that we need an enum for statute code also. So let's create an enum to make things more readable or more clean. We create HTTP status code. Yes, so export const enum HTTP status code enum. So we would say that we already, but common statute is okay, which means we have to online, which means we have this, and we have the bad request code for Andre. I keep saying do this word so out. So bad request. We also already have a conflict code. We will use the not found code. For O4, we will use also a created code. Maybe I will write this after the OK code 201, and what else? The no content code, which is 204, I think, if I remember. And that's it for now. We will add more statute code later. So we will return yes, I don't have results anymore, but I can return, I think, status code. I can return status code, so I will return HTTP status code enum here, so that will be easy. So I will return HTTP statute code conflict, maybe promise of this enum. So I will return a conflict. Here I will return a bad request. I will return a bad request, and here I will return, I will return also a bad request and also log for myself the error. So if an user already exists, we will return a conflict. So yes, a conflict, that means the user already exists. And after we return the user, we will create a tenant service, because we need to create now a tenant if the user don't exist. before that we need to create a tenant. But before we create a tenant, we will get back to the service folder to create a tenant service folder. So a tenant service file, sorry, a tenant service file that we will inject here to use it later. So as I say, just grab this file, try to make less specific, and copy paste here. So we will try to rename all our variable to make it match our file, so our service, and I will try to not forget to rename any variable, because if I did, I can get stuff wrong later. So let make it match all the cases. So we have all the cases match. So for user with the first uppercase letter, we have 38 words. So let's change it by clicking this replace all. So I replace all, and because I and okay, sorry, I replace all, and for the lower case match case, let's replace the lower case tenant. So I have 36 occurrences, so let's replace all the words also, and that's it. So as you can see, we can get a tenant. We can get a tenant by email. No, we can't. So we will delete this method. We will get all the tenant by tenant. That's not possible. So we will delete the method to get all the tenant by tenant. We can create a tenant. We can create a tenant with a client section. We can update a tenant. Yes, so everything is okay, I guess, I think. And now we can update also a tenant with a client section when we will use a transaction. So, and we can also delete a tenant. That's it. So let's inject this services in our constructor. So we can also inject this one here. And do not also forget to register the services here. We can replace that. No. Yes. Tenant service. Tenant services. And I see that I forgot to comment the authentication constructor. So we can have something like this. Yes. Okay. So by hitting Shift Alt F, you can format the document to indent the code better, and you can generate your doc. So that's it. And now we will create, as I say, we will create a tenant. So let's create a tenant. So this tenant service create a tenant. So to create a tenant, we just need a tenant interfaces, which means we just need we created that is already specified by default. So we have by default a created that, so we don't need to specify anymore so we don't need to specify anything. So because we just have two properties. So each time I inserted a data, the created that is automatically generated, and the update at is new lab. So I will pass an empty, or I will just, to make sure that the JSON, the tenant JSON will be created, I will just override the created at here for myself, and that's it. Okay, this is a string. Okay, that's not possible. Let's just assume that here we have a dot and a dot. Why? Type string in assign to. Okay. Okay, so basically I will need here I will need the session. Why? Sorry, the expected type come from created at, which is declare tenant interfaces, and internet interface we have that type. Yes, we have that type, and why we can have a type. To string maybe. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just forgot the new attribute. So let's say we have a tenant here. We just have a tenant like this, maybe. That will make easier. And we'll pass the tenant here. I don't want to pass the any type make don't making any type. Share. Sorry. So I don't want to have any here. I don't want to have any here. I don't want to. What? Why? Okay. Sorry guys, I just take a little break. So I had a reflection about how to return, what to return instead, and I think that maybe that's better if I return a response from Express. Yes. So we will import the response from Express and return a response. So that will be here we will return the yes, we will return a response like this. So we will instantiate the response. Sorry. We pass a response in. So I think the best way is to pass a response and a request in parameters. So as parameters, so we can basically return a response with a statute code like conflict here, HTTP statute code complete here, and send a complete message, error message like this, complete. And here we will return a here a bad request. Yes, a bad request. So basically bad request, we have something like this. So bad request, that's it. And here we have, I will think about how I can instantiate a new TNet interface, because a TNet interface also extend a document from Mongoose, and a document from Mongoose had a lot of other properties, and we can use them. So I will find another way to maybe reuse the interfaces. So yes, because I just don't want to make each parameters any here. I think this is not a good idea to have any type, because I don't know, but just not a good idea. So yes, let's find another way to have a TNet interfaces. So hello guys, I just take a break again. So uh, let's get back to the sign up method. So as I say, I will return a promise of response. So I will just remove this parameter because I don't need it anymore. And each time I call return each time a response. So that's it. So basically, I don't want it to have any type here. So I will just say that this I will maybe create something that will help me to have an interface or extend. What if I create a type name? Yes, maybe I will create a type like this. So let's create a type like this. So we will create a new folder called types and just create a new file inside a new file called tenant.type.ts. We will export this type name tenant type, and inside we will use all the data we will need, maybe like this. Yes, okay. this is what I thought we cannot use. So I just don't want to repeat myself with the interfaces. So if I have already have model and I already have interfaces, should I extend them or not? Okay, well, you got this. Okay, so the the idea that come actually to me is to create, yes, is to create a folder named types. So inside I can create for each interfaces. For each interface, I can create a file called a type file, so I can use them in my services to pass them. I can use it in my services as parameter. So let's create a tenant type called spot type tenant type equal so we will have these two value. Okay, and basically what we will do is to replace all the parameters in tenant service with the type. So we will use tenant type here. So that's it. Yes, so we have this type, and that avoid using any because any is too I don't know, that means nothing. So yes, we will not use any type. So let's generate the doc again. So that's it, and here also we will replace the interface by the tenant type, and here we will replace this and replace this here also, here, and okay, here maybe I want to pass the interface, so I will let this method like this because I will maybe not or normally get a tenant interface and update the data. So yes, let's that's as it. We'll also let that as it. So that's it. And now that we have a tenant type, we can just specify a tenant type like this. So like this. Created add new that and update add new. Yes, I know this is not new lab, so I will make this new lab. It is not asking you to new and define. Yes, so sorry. Like this instead, or maybe undefined. Yes, sorry, that's better. So let's not specify this property since it's undefined. So that's it. Okay, so let's continue. And now that we create our tenant, we will create our user. So okay, we have another problem. So basically we will create a tenant using a session. So I don't let's instantiate a new session. So that will be a session get await equal await mongoose. Yes, let's see. We have okay, so we have mongoose, and we will use mongoose star a session, and after we will start transaction to say that to listen to all the requests we will make from this method. So now that we have our session, we can just call a new method called with create with session, and just pass the client session here like this. So we have a type and we have a client session. So we have a type. So what's wrong? Yes, sorry. We have a type and a client session, and we have a DB and then we will have our I think that I made a mistake returning a promise of each interfaces. So guys, so what I will do is remove all the promise I use. Sorry guys, again we to remove a promise. So let's get back to the before that, let's get back to this method I called and test that. So we have this time we have okay, Ethernet. Yes. Oh, sorry. Let's say that we have this. So this side we have Ethernet. Yes, Ethernet interfaces. Sorry. And if I yes. Okay, sorry guys, we will not remove anything. So we have Ethernet interfaces. So that's it. And after the Ethernet, we will check if okay. So Ethernet will be so let's say that we have tenants. Let's say that we have tenants. If we have tenants, so we will just use the tenant here. We just use the tenant here. So the tenant will be the first one and the last one, and then we will create. Sorry guys. And after we create the tenant, we will create a user. We will create a user. So yes, so that we have, if you have a user, so now we will create a user. So to create a user, that will be a user from the request body. So we will say that a created user will be this user service create with session, and we just add the user in parameter and specify the session like this, and add the properties await to wait for the result, and we have a user interface. So like this, and let's say that we have a user, okay, also if we have created user, even we have an array of user, we will get only one result, so one user. I don't know why, but that's actually how MongoDB work. MongoDB, if you want to create a document with using a client session, you need to pass an array here. So you need to pass an array here with an option with option using session. So basically, this is how MongoDB works. I think maybe in the future they will make some other updates, sorry, about that. So we will deal with that for now, and always check if we have something in the return result, and if we have, so we will just grab the only one user in the collection. So that will be a created user equal created user at index 0. So before starting the user into the database, we need to affect to the user is tenant, that's very important. So the tenant will be that, and also before creating a user, we need to have the role. So here we need to get the admin role. So because the user who sign up to the software will be the admin. So this user can add later on another user, and that's it. But actually, if a user if a user register on the platform, he will be the admin user. So basically what we will have, we will store we will first time store all the role in the databases. So basically I will hard coded the role here. So not hard coded, but I will create an enum of role here. So let's create our enum of our role. User role, user, yes, sorry, lowercase, user role, enum, user role dot enum, sorry, ts, start, counts, and user role, enum. So we have the admin role with admin role. We will have a user role, simply user role, and the viewer role. Sorry, that's not just the uppercase, and here uppercase. So was the viewer, sorry. So basically the admin user can will sorry so basically the admin user can have the possibility to manage the subscription, all the subscription. They can cancel, subscribe to a plan, or update a plan. He can also add another user to the platform, and all the and have access to all the settings, etc. So the user, a user who have this role cannot, subscribe to a plan, update a plan, delete anything, or maybe some have access to some setup or setting, and this viewer can do anything. I think if a user have this role, he can just see everything in the app but not create anything, like create a product, create a subscription, or create a services. Cannot record anything but just see view all, like just have an access to view all the feature in the software. So that's it. Let's go back to the controller. Now that we have the user also, what we will do is we will create a services for the role. So a service for the role will be just a get method for now, because we will just need to get each time we create a user the admin role for now. So we will create a services for the role. So let's create a role service. So let's put role service. Sorry, let's just escape this. A role service, and in the role service we will have a get function, get by name, get single function by name, I think. Yes, we will have a get single by ID, but also here a get role by name. So we have a role services, a role interface, a string, and here we have a role model, and we will also have a get single by name, a get by name, just get by name, because we have our enum to get a role by his name. So here we will just change the method to use a find one with a filter, like this. So let's generate our doc again. This is important. So I just generate our doc. So now that we have the get user by name, we will inject the role service in. So what I change here, yes, we inject our role service in our role service, sorry. inject our role service here so that we can use the service to call a role. So now we will just get the admin role like this with this role service get by name, and now we will call the role enum to get the admin role. So now that we get the admin role, we will just affect also the admin role to the user. So yes, so we have a new lab, and here we just have role interface. So that's not possible to assign a role interface or a new lab. So just add this character to avoid to have this error. So now that we assign the role, what else? Now that we have seen the role, we will just manage the password. So to manage the password, we will just encrypt the password, and to do that we will just create a new method. I think we create a new method, not here, but not in the service, but we will create this new method here in util. Util is to crypt our password. So we will create a file called password crypt password crypt dot util dot ts and in this we will create a class name. Sorry, before I forgot, let's just register our new services. So our new services is the role services, and the role services here. So let's get back to our password crypt class. So now we will have one method that will help us create encrypt the password. So we will encrypt the password. So here we will have a password. So we will use bcrypt to encrypt the password. So let's import bcrypt. Something that we already specified. bcrypt.js. So we have bcrypt.js. So now that we have bcrypt.js, we will return bcrypt hash. We will return bcrypt hash password and the salt result. What is result? Link to generate also salt link to generate or salt to use. Okay, so we will pass 12 here. So that's it. But let me check if I can add an async properties here and await, so we can hash sync. Maybe no. Okay, like this. Maybe this is better. So we will return a promise of string and generate a doc. Sometime this no, sorry. So now we will have another, we have another feature called decrypt. Another method called decrypt that will decrypt the encrypted password. Encrypted data, sorry. So sorry guys, that's not decrypt, but we have made instead a method that will help us, a function that will help us compare the data. So now we will have the hashed password and the hashed password and the clear password. So the hashed password is the password, encrypted password that we store in the database here by using this function before storing, and this password will be the password, the clear password, the password not hashed password, if I can say that this way. And we will compare using the password and the hashed password, and I think this return a boolean. Yes, that's return a boolean. So that's it. So we will grab the user password here. Maybe I need to inject this, I need to use this as a service, so I will just create I will just move this function in a service and inject this service also. So let's call this encryption. Encryption. I'm a little bit tired. So encryption service TS. And it now, to make this indent correctly, you just need to you just need to at the same time hit the button Maj Alt and F if you are on Windows. For Mac user, I don't really know how to do that, so or you can just right click and format document. So that's it, and let's just import again our decrypt. So So import breakrate, generate a command for this function, this method. So that's it, and we will now inject the cryptage, no, the encryption service, the encryption service. Now that we inject the encryption service, so we have also the wall here, and here we have encryption wall. So now that we inject this encryption service, we will just hash the password, the user password. To not that's hash the user password. So hashing the user password is to just call the service. And reassign again the hash password to this password before storing the user into the database. And now that we encrypt the password, sorry guys, so now that we create a encryption service, let's not forget to register also the service always. So that will be encryption service register. And now we will also create a bearer token service that will help us generate token. So we have new file, so new file called bearer token service. So the bearer token service will contain a method called generate token. No, just generate, and we will get in parameter. Just for this time, we will use an any type. So the any type will be the data, because assume that we just want to use any type of data to store it. Assume that we just want to use any type of data, and this data will be stored in the token. So actually we don't know which type of data we will use to store in the token. So since we will use this method each time we will need to generate a token, we will just specify it on any type. So we will specify on any type, and we will also have a secret key, but I think I will just specify the secret key. I will just define a variable, store the secret key inside in this file, and also we will have an expire in, so the deadline where the token will not available anymore. So the deadline of the token. So deadline which will be in string. So like Bcrypt JS, I already specify Bcrypt here. Bcrypt JS for encryption. I already install this package called JSON Web Token. So this package will help us generate our token using our data. So we will import JSON Web Token from JSON Web Token, and we will just okay, we will just return JSON Web Token sign our data using our secret key, and the secret will be private secret. A secret can be a constant, so always create a constant, because if you want to change the secret and you change it here, you will need to change it to inside all the file that used the secret. So the best way is to change once the value of this secret is to create a constant, and if you change the value once, it will be changed inside all the files you use the secret value. So we will create a constant, and we will call token constant. Yes, we will call token constant .ts, because here we will export const secret token secret. We will call it like this. So we will have our token secret here, or maybe yes, directly here, and we will have an expire in. Sorry. So here we have option called expire in, and we will say 24 hours. And here we will have the deadline. We will use the deadline instead, and we will pass the time here in the deadline. So we'll have an optional data. Sorry. Okay. Inside option. Why? Okay, sorry. This is a surprise like this. Okay, that's it. And we will always command the method. Sorry. So as you can see, the function. So now that we create our function, to create a token, we will just specify the tokens, and we will specify the token, and so the token will be we will inject the bearer token service pivot with only bearer token service. Yes, bearer token service. And we will register this token. Register this token in our container. Like this. So we register our service here, and we will also call this and use bearer token service generate our token. So we will pass the user ID and the email. We will need the user ID and the email. Just all the data. We will need all the data. I think we will need all the data. We will need the user actually. We actually need the user. I think. Yes, we will need the user. And if we need the user, that means that we need to generate the token after we create a user. So yes, after we create the user, so that will be here, and we'll use the created user, here, and the deadline 24 hours. Yes, when we create the account, we will just pass the 24 hours first time. So that's it. And now that we create a user, we will just commit the transaction, and yes, commit the transaction here. I think commit the transaction here and return the created user. Yes. Yes, commit the transaction here and return the created user. We will return the created user. Yes, we will return. So we will return a created user. So we will return a static a response. But before that, I think we need to move the user. We need to move. Yes, we will return the created user. So that would be a created static code and a created message. No, not created message, but we will return a JSON. So we will return a JSON. So JSON will be the user, the created user. So here we will affect instead the created user to the token and return. So we will use the token from the yes. So I think that's it for now. So yes, but before to return anything, we just need to commit transaction here. So we will commit the transaction. So that will be a wait session commit transaction and here, because we don't have anything, we don't insert anything before the check, we don't need to commit the transaction here. We don't need to commit the transaction here, so that will be an abort. No, don't need anything here. So we will just now abort the transaction if something is wrong. So we will use session abort transaction, and finally before return the static code, and finally each time we open a transaction, we open a session, we need to close the session. So we will close the session, end the session instead, so that's it for now. That's it. So this is what we have for the sign up method. This is what we have. So now that we create the sign up method, let register this service also. So this method, it create a new tenant, create a new user, and assign the user to the tenant. The problem is that the user is not assigned to the tenant. Okay, the problem is that the user is not assigned to the tenant. How this is possible? So the user here and the role, the password, and we create a user, and the tenant is here. The tenant. Here's the code for the user. Okay. let's say we don't need this check. Yes, this is what I think. We do need this check. So that's it, and let's register our service. So that will be a auth service. Auth service. And when we have our auth service, we can now use our auth service in our controller like this and this. So here we will have our auth service. No, sorry. Our auth service like this, and we will just we just create our first endpoint. So our first endpoint will be a post, and so that will be, so we will have our sign up method, our sign up endpoint. So that will be request and result, a response, sorry. And basically what we have here is our auth controller. So we already have this, and we will define our route. So let's assume, so we define our route here. Let's assume that we have a route, and we will have this, a route called sign up. That's it. And here we will just return this auth service sign up, and we will pass a user sorry, the user will be the request body, so we have our request body for the user, and we will have a response. Yeah, so that's it for our first. Let's see if we can generate a doc. Okay, maybe this. No. So that's our first endpoint. So that's it. So I'm a little bit tired, so I will continue this tutorial another day. Sorry, guys. So now we will start our server, our MongoDB. Sorry, we will connect to our MongoDB database. So actually, we will not connect to our database like we used to do, but so like everyone used to do, because actually we use session and client session and transaction. We run the all the query in using transaction. So we need to we need to connect to our database using replica set. So replica set, to run a replica set, you need to run this command. Before running this command, you need to have on your machine this node package that is run rs. I'll help you to run a replica set on MongoDB. So install this package and don't forget to specify the g npm run rs.g. Run this command instead, not this instead, because if you don't specify this option, the package will not install locally on your machine. So you will need to specify this command to install run rs on your local machine. So after that, just open a prompt command and copy paste this command. So that will be run rs for start to 27,000, and keep to say that we need to keep our data in the database, because each time we will run each time because each time you run a command, a replica set, you start a replica set, that will clear our database, so that will reset our database, and we will not have any more data, all data in the data. So as we keep going and we keep building our application, we will want to save our data in the database and still work with our data and not clean our database actually. So we will so actually, please do not forget to specify this option to tell to just keep your data. So run this command, and as you can see, that's keeping the purge. So the purge is the way that the database is cleared. And that's it. Now we can use this connection string to connect to our database. So actually, that's say that the replica set started on this instance, so you can copy this instance like this and use MongoDB Compass. So MongoDB Compass will help you just to connect to your database and see what is inside for it. So just connect, and you can see that we have 3 default databases. So we don't need to create a new database. We just I will just specify our connection string here, sorry, and that will automatically create the databases. So let's find the file where we will specify our database. So this file is actually in constant folder and in the API constant file. So here I have an old connection string here, so just replace this, and that's it. So we will just run this command. So npm open a terminal here using command control G if you are on Windows. For MacBook, sorry, I don't really know, but you can just click here and start a new terminal. So I will close one of the terminal and we'll run this command. So in the package design we specify some script command. So we just run this command to tell that we need to listen to update using node-mon. So we just run npm start there. So we wait for the connection to the database. So that's it that we are connected to the database, this database. So actually you can I don't know if you can see something here. If we reload, yes, we see we have a test database. We our three models that we created yearly. So that's it. We have nothing inside because we don't create any data yet. So we will create soon this data. So let's test our sign up. Let's before that create our role. So as I say, we will store our data manually in our role data manually in the database. So just open the role in file, and we will store these three roles in our database for now. To do that, actually I think we can just create a controller. So in the future we will use this controller if you have a dashboard and an admin panel for a super user or the owner. So actually the owner will be me, so I can have a panel that will help me as customize the application or the software. So I will just create a controller for the role instead doing it manually into the database, so we can have an ID for each role, and that will be better. So I know that this is a lot of work we are doing here, but for the future we will have everything on place and ready to use. So let's just create. We already have our role service, so we have our role service. We just add a new a create a method here to create a new role and just add a new controller. So let's do it immediately. We immediately, sorry, without wasting our time. So we will just add a new method here that we call create, and here we will have a role type. So we will also create a role type. Here we will return a role interface, and we will say that here we want to create a role. So for the role type, we will just go on type folder. Here we will just go here and create a new file called role type. That is yes, and we will export the role type. Sorry, export type role type equal, we don't need to specify the created ad, because as we specify in the model, the created ad get a default, a new data time for this default value. So we just specify a name, because we just need to specify a name, and the ID also is automatically generated by MongoDB. So we just specify the name like this, and here, and if we want in the future to add anything, we can add more properties here, but we just need the name for now, and we just specify the role type and import the role type here. So after importing the role type, we generate a doc for this method. That's it. And now we will just quickly create a controller for the role. And to not waste our time, we just grab this, or maybe just grab this and change the name to role controller. Sorry. And the role also import a release here, and now we will just use and check our role services, role service. Sorry. We can comment this constructor. This is very important to have a comment on each method and constructor and function also. So that's require a sign in, so we just sign in to use. So now let's check if we have already registered our service. Yes, we do. So as we do, let's use our service. So let's create our first post method to create a new role. So we will say that our method will be create with in parameter a request. As always, request. Let's actually import the request, so we will just copy here the import and export. Sorry. And we will also have in parameter a response. And here we will specify that this is a post method, and we will just let the root as it, because we don't need to change the root name, because if we hit on roll and specify that this is a post method, we will automatically run this endpoint. So that's it. We just call our role service. Yes, we just call our role service to create to create our role, that so that will be a request body. So that's it, and we will return sorry, this whole service, sorry, I forgot. So that's it. So now we will return a static code called created. So we will call the enum a static code enum created, and we will send a JSON that will create the world. So that's it, and we will catch here an error if something wrong. So we will console log for ourselves the error, and we will return a bad request. So we use a new and return a bad request code, and now we will send. I think we will send a message like this, and we will call our enum called I forgot, error message enum, and we see that we will just pass the error we got here. So let's format the code using this, right click and this. So that's it. So the create is async await, and why I have a problem with only okay, so this is not an async method, so let's just add an async here. Okay, so actually that's it. So now we can already test our create for endpoint in the role controller. So let's just specify it. So I already specified the URL, so the URL is what you got here. Just copy, paste the URL here, sorry, and change the method type to post, and then specify API, specify API, and role, and the body you need to select the role audio button, and then change the text to JSON, and then write a JSON with the name attribute, and the value we call admin for our first role, and hit the button. So we just cannot put up a role cannot run, because actually I think the error is that I do not specify API before, but we only have role. So if I hit the button again, so that's work, and we have some error, and that's it, that the path name is required, but we specify a name. Why this is required? The name is required. We have a name, and this is required. Okay. solve these problems, we need to add API here. We need to have all our controller API here, and to not specify the API URL in each controller. That will be a lot of work to do. So we will just add API in before each controller. So we will use API like this. We will modify the use method like this and specify API here. So that's it. And if we try again, so we can see that that is taken, that work. So if we try, you can see that that's actually work. So we will now solve this problem, the name required problem, because actually we specify the name, but that is not taken into account. So we'll check out why we have this error. So let's go back to our code and let's debug to see what happened. So if I debug my code, let's go back to the controller, the raw controller, and we'll just add a breakpoint here. So if you guys notice, and if you already checked what we have in the folder, you can see that I already added a launch.json file that contains a configuration to debug the project. So you can see here the configuration. So we just add a breakpoint here in the role controller, in the create endpoint, and we will just go back here and hit the run and debug button. So we will wait for the debugger to build, and we have an error. So let's see what actually happened. So yes, we have an error here in this folder, but I think this is the library, so we can just debug and continue. So we will just debug anyway. Okay, actually we can debug with this problem, so we need to see what happens. Okay, we already have a use on this method, so we just stop this one and run again. Debug anyway. So that's it. So we have our breakpoint here, and that's not reached actually. Don't know why. We can reach our breakpoint. Okay. Okay, confirm, because I think we have a problem with the framework actually. So let's start the code and see what we can do. So okay, sorry, I didn't see that. We just need to install in dev dependency this package, because it's a type package because I think because we use TypeScript, we just need to install this package. Sorry guys. So let's close this and install this package to solve the problems, so we can stop revive these problems. So So let's run again, let's run and debug again the code. So that's it, everything is okay, and still not reach, I can still not reach this code actually. I finally found out why I can debug the code source last time. This is because I was not pointing the debugger to call the index.ts file. So I just add an argument, and now I can debug the code source. And I just add this configuration. I add an argument. I just add this configuration and DCC. You can take a quick look and change your configuration. Sorry if you already don't. So let me get back to the and I also forgot the container file. I also register all the controller I have. So because if you don't register the controller, you can't actually debug the source code. It worked last time, even I don't register the controller, but now that I register the controller, I can now reach all the breakpoint I added I add into the code source. So now I also wanted to change all this. I also wanted, sorry, to refactor the sign up service. So actually, I don't want to use a sign up service. I just want to use directly the user service into the out controller. So I will remove this source code and try rewrite again the endpoint. So let let me write again the endpoint, the sign up endpoint. So I will just grab the out service here and put it on the right, split the screen into so I can take a quick look each time I want to write I can take a quick look, sorry, each time. So now I will just copy paste everything I had here. So I will import Mongoose because I don't have Mongoose. And this is an async method. And I will add a try catch block. And I will just copy my source code. So yes, I need to check now if the user already exists in the database, and I need here to, instead of using an auth service, use directly the user service. So I will just to make everything easier, just regenerate again the comment using the tool I showed you earlier. That's it. And now we'll use the user service and get a single user using an email. So to get the email, we will just get the user from the body. So we will get the user from the body. So the user is request body. Sorry. And now we will check if the user, if we have a user, and if you have a user, and if we don't have a user, I will just return a bad request because in our case that means that if you don't send anybody, typically you are making a bad HTTP request call, so we just return a bad request statute code, so we will return a response status HTTP statute code bad request and send a bad request message, or just send a message like this. So we'll use the enum http error message enum bad request. So that's it, and we will return the same thing in the catch the catch block part. Let me reduce a little bit this RAM so you can actually see what I'm doing. So in the catch block I will return also a bad request. And okay, now that I do all the return for error case, so now we will check if a user exists in the database, and now we will grab this. If he does, we will return a conflict HTTP status code. So a conflict, that means that if we get that in the front end, we will we will show a message to the user that user already exists in the database with this email, so he can change his email to create a new account. So actually that we check this, we will create a tenant for the user. So to create a tenant for the user, we will just grab our code here, and also to before that, I just want to roll back the transaction if something gets wrong. So do not forget, I will just roll back the transaction about the transaction and close the session in a finally block. So finally we will call our session and end it like this, and we can add an await attribute. So that's it, and we also commit everything. Do not forget. So before sending any request, any success request, we also commit the transition. So session commit transition. So that's it. So now I need a tenant service also. So we will use tenant service. Okay, I will just remove this comment and regenerate the comment later on. So let me continue the coding. Also, this comment, I will delete this comment. So now we will create a tenant. So you actually need to create a tenant. So a tenant will be so our tenant will be this. So our tnet, we will stock the tnet into a variable because this return an array of tnet with one value, so we get the only and one value from the tnet. From the tnet, yes, result. And okay, that will be this. Oh, sorry. Okay, that's it. And we will just check. Sorry, we will just check the tnet content like this. So we do this like this. So we'll check if something is inside the tnet. And if something is inside the tnet, we will just get the first value. And in the else block, we will just return a new value. Sorry. So we have a tnet interface on new type. So that's it. We have our tnet, and now we will just we will assign the tnet to our user like this. Sorry, let me get comfortable. So now we just assign our tnet to the user like this, and now that will be the role. So I will get, let me get the role like this. So we will get the role, the admin role. So because yes, I already explained this in the last session, because each time a user will register, he will have an admin role. So let me add the role service, inject the role service. So private with only role service. So that's it. Let me reorder all the injection in the constructor, so I will look a little bit beautiful. Sorry. So I think I might need also a bearer token service. So I will also directly inject this service also. So our bearer token service is injected. I will need an add. Basically, I just need everything in this authentication service. So I will just grab everything. I have left this service, so I will use this service also, and that's it. So I will use an encryption service, and that's it. Now I can generate my command using the tool I show you later on. So this tool, Mintlify Writer, an AI documentation generator. Sorry. Okay. So it's done. Let me continue, because actually what the tool does, why I use the tool after I finish my writing my method function. So basically the tool read everything you have in your function and try to describe it in the documentation. So you can each time use it to read everything and check if that match with what you have in your method. So in that, so doing so, you can have each time you can have a documentation, and you can remember what you code if you get back on the project long time after. So let me continue. So we will grab the role, and now we will encrypt the password. After this, encrypt the user password, and then we will create the user. After that, we will create the user. As always, if we use a session client, that will return an array of user with only one value, and that's the only way that work. And we just grab the one user, the one created user, the only one created user. So our created user will be this. So we will just check. We have this condition. Sorry, and we will use if the user, if the list contain the only one created user, we will grab it. So we will have created users at index 0, and if not, we will have a new value. And after we did that, we will generate a token for the created user. The token will be the token the user will use to store all the information and all the expiration date where the user should be disconnected from the platform. So we will store the token in this variable. So we will now use the bearer token service, and for our the token will be available. So now that we did that, sorry, I have something that is on the left hand side of an assignment expression may not be an optional accessor. Okay, so what I do need to do, I don't really understand. Not have an optional property. So I need to add this instead. So that's done. And now that we created our token, we will commit our transaction, and after return a to return. Now we will return the CSS static code. So 201. So the created static code, and return the created user. And actually that's it. So now I think we don't need this file anymore, so I will close this file, and now I think we can test this code source. So I will debug. Now before that, I will just generate my comment. So let me generate the comment. So let me read if that match with the code I wrote on the endpoint. So it's create a new user, a new tenant, and assign the user to the tenant. So yes, I don't think I need to detail more. The documentation is clear. So let me continue. Let me start actually the server and start Postman. Let me reduce a little bit this, and you can actually see more of the screen. And so now I will create a post request with a localhost in the port 5003, and we will use this endpoint. So the endpoint will be that no need the bearer because we sign up, and we will use a raw body and a JSON type. So let me actually write the name. So what we will need. So we will need, let me check the user interface to see what we have. So we have a full name. So we will use a full name, and we'll say John Doe, and the email. Email. We will say John. No, sorry. Actually, this is an email. John Doe mail.com, and we will need a password. And actually, I will use fake pwd 517 alt, and we will just you just add a breakpoint here, and we can debug everything using the breakpoint. Let me actually yes, just debug everything like this. So actually you can see that I reached my breakpoint, and okay, I understand. Sorry guys, I need to stop the server again because I don't start my replica set. So last time, I don't know if I explained the replica set where you are using transaction and section client on MongoDB. You can actually use a regular MongoDB database. You actually need to use a replica set to run transaction So I will start the replica set. So actually, I think I have in my note how to start the replica set. So this is the replica set I am using for actually the source code I'm selling on Code Canyon. So actually, this is a part that I use. So actually, this is a replica set I'm using for the software I'm selling on Code Canyon. So actually, I'm selling the software on Code Canyon. Beside my 9-to-5 job, I work few times on this. I just work when I found some time, and now I'm also doing this project. Besides, so let me change this. I will just use the repository I prepare for the replica set. So all the data will be stored in this path. So you just need to add this path. So let me actually add this path. So that's it. So we will change the port also. So the port will be 27,000. So that's it. So that is running. So I already explained this. When you install run ls, you can use when you install and you hit the command, you will use this you will use this you will use this parameter to set a bar, to define a bar, and after that you will use also the db paths to locate where the data will be stored, and the keep to skip purging, because each time you run a replica set, all the data in the database is purged. So you will need to actually do not forget sorry to add this this argument to avoid purging the database. So actually that is run. So we will reload. We will sorry, let me format a little bit the document. So we will run again the server to start doing our test with Postman. So you can see that that is actually connected to Mongo database with this connection string. So now that we are connected, let me run again the test and see what we have. So I hit my breakpoint, so let me continue. So actually you can see that we have our body with our data, so we will still continue. So actually it says that okay, there is an error, so let me check actually what is the error. So that say that okay, cats yes, sorry guys, actually I was using here an ID. I just need an ID here instead of an email. So what we will do is that we will use the single by get a single user by email. So I just forgot I just used the wrong method. So let me add this and rerun again. So let me run again. So okay. So now that we have a new value, so we can continue. Okay, now we create a tnet and we get our tnet. So you can see that we have our tnet ID. Sorry. So you can see that we have our tnet ID, and where we get our role. So we have a new role. So yes, we have a new role because we have. So I need to stop again. Sorry guys. So I just forgot to actually feed the database with our role. So let me actually, because I remember that I just had an endpoint, so way to create a role. So I will just create all my role. So that will be very quick. So let me actually do this before I continue. So here we have the role endpoint, and we have a post method, sorry, and the body we will just have like the other one. We have a JSON body, so we have just a name, nothing else. So a name with the admin role. Sorry guys, the server is stopped, so I just actually need the server running to create this. So now that is run, now I create a admin role, so a user role and a viewer role. So the viewer role is created. So now that the viewer role is created, we will run again our test. So let's see what we have here now. So we were here, so we have a role and we have a password encrypted. You can see that the password actually is encrypted, and now we have also an error. So why? So yes, actually we need to add this field were required, so I just need to add all the required field for the user from the user, sorry, because if I do not, actually I can store the user. So I have another error, so let me see everything that is required here. So the full name is required, the email, the password, and the agree with them, and the tenant. So actually we just need to agree with them. So basically I just make this required because like on any other software you actually need to agree with them and condition before continuing. So just basically need to read them, but we all know that nobody read this thing. This is the rule, we can change the rule, so you actually need to read and agree with them and conditions. So we agree with them and conditions. And now actually I just figure out that I need to have a check on this also. I just need to check this also. So before hitting the endpoint again, the endpoint, sorry, I can say that the endpoint again, I will check that. I will check yes, I will check that actually user. So I don't think I need to do that in the backend. That will be very easier to do that in the front end. So where before creating, where when the user will try to sign up, I will directly check if the user hit the checkbox to agree with them and condition before sending the user to the back. So that will be a lot more easier. Sorry. So let me reload the server and run again to test. So let me move the breakpoint here to skip all the code we already checked. And we got this. Now we create a user. We have a user and we can generate a token. We have an error. So why? So a payload is what? Expected a payload to be a plain object. And what we got here, we got a full object. I don't know. Let me run again this. Okay. So a payload to be an object, and we got everything. So let me check from the other application was coding to see what I do, because I just forgot what saying. So let me see. Sorry guys. I think I just store just the user ID and yes, I just need the user ID, nothing more. So let me stop this and just generate yes. A user ID. ID, and let me see, actually just forgot what I do in other application. Yes, I just need the user ID and his email. So let me start the user ID and his email. Sorry, create the user, and that's it. Now I think we will got everything okay. So I hit the breakpoint and we generate a bearer token. That's called a bearer token. Let me see actually what this look like. The token is there, so we get our token and we commit our transaction and we send our user in the as a JSON. Okay, now we have our first endpoint. Let's create our sign up endpoint. So guys, let's create our sign in endpoint. So now we will create our sign in endpoint to create the sign in endpoint. Sign in, so a request. Actually, request. There we go. Let me see something quickly. Same. We need a response. So we have our response, and that will be a post method, and we will define a route also. So the route will be like here. Before I have our route before, so the route will be yes, the route will be signing. Now we have a try catch log. Let me use this shortcut. So we have our try catch block, and after we have our try, we just grab the user from the body, and we do it like this. So user from the body, and actually I don't know if I can. Yes, I'll grab a user from body. We will find the user from the database. So we will use the same method, the same user service, so that we inject. So we can send the user by email. Sorry, actually this is email. Sorry, user instead, user email, and we will add the await property. So now that we will check, so we will say that if the user exists, we will generate a token. If the user exists, we will generate a token for the user and send a success statute code. So yes, the success statute code. Sorry, and if not, if we can find any user in sorry, we will, before check the password here, and if the password are okay, is okay. Sorry, we will generate a token and send a success statute code. And if the user is not okay, we will say that I think we already say bad credential or something like this, so something like that. Sorry. I will just return a bad request each time, and in the front end part, I will just tell the user that the credentials are invalid, because actually we don't want to let the user know that this is so his email is not found in the database, or his password is not okay. We will just actually, like in any other application, we will just tell the user that he need to check the email or the password, because something, yes, just not give any clue to the user, because this is his credential. He's supposed to know them. So we will return a statue code about request. Let me just grab that and here and also here. And now we will check the password. So we will decrypt the password. Actually, I think I need to populate a role, because I will need the role also in the front end. So I will just need the user role here. Let me already also populate this, and I think here I will also need role here, and here also so that the password we have. So we will use the encryption service, and we say that we want to compare the password. So we will have the clear password from the formula, sorry, not the formula, this is actually French, the form, and we will pass the hashed password. So the password from database to compare the password. So that need to be true, otherwise we can also return a bad request, because actually if you return you can actually return actually I think we just here return a bad request here, but we can return a for one statue. That means that the user is not authorized to connect. So we return a not actually I don't remember. I think it is not authorized or something like this. I just need to check statue code. Yeah, unauthorized, sorry, unauthorized. So we return a authorized. Let me see how actually is written. So unauthorized, authorized. So that is done. If we don't have, if the password is not correct, we return a result. And unauthorized statue code. We return an unauthorized statue code, and we will send an unauthorized message. Like sorry, I write unauthorized. I forgot the E. write an error message will also be something like that. You are not allowed to access this resource. We will just have a message and send a message to the body. Have error message in name not authorized, sorry. And if the password is correct, I say that we will generate a token. Like here, just generate a token. We will say that the user token will equal this. So we will have this, and I think I will ask the user if he want the software to get his password remembered for but I will set this in the source code directly. We will set this directly, so we will use the remember me. I think we have this in the model. The remember me. Yes, I get this. The remember me. So if we say that yes, we say that the expire in will equal user remember me equal true. We will have 7 days. Yes, I think we have no. Yes, we have 7 days. Else we have 24 hours. So the expire in will be, I think, yes. I think the expire in will be this. Why I add this? Let me remove this from here. And that's it. So we have something this like this. Okay, now that is done. What should I do? Yes, nothing else. I should just I think I should yes, I think I should just return a CSS static code and send the user JSON into the body, inside the body, sorry. So we will just return a result we just return yes, sorry, give me a second. Yes, we just return a static code. Okay, so that will be http static code enum. Okay, and we just send the JSON, the user inside the JSON like this. So we will use the user in the local storage later on. So I think that is okay for the sign up. So actually let's generate a documentation and test the user we create yearly with Postman. So now that is done, let reload our server. is reloaded. Let's have a new tab for sorry. Let's have a new tab for the sign in. Sorry, have a new tab for the sign in. So we will grab our user like this. So our body again, row, body, and JSON, and we will just let the user and the password here. Sorry, I'm used to Control and S to save every on on VS Code. So just hit that. Sorry, and we don't need a bearer token because actually yes, we wanted to create one. So we want to create one. So yes, as you can see, as you can see, you get a token. So guys, you have your token. Your token is ready. You can connect each time. So yeah, everything goes okay. So now we will. I think we need more. We need to. Yes. So now that we have the sign up done, ready or done, we will just create a new endpoint also to update the password. So hi new sorry, I'm hungry. And update the password and each time. Yes, I'm lazy, so let me copy and paste. And we will update the password. Also a post request, and the root will be I think the root will be actually we will use a put instead, and we have no root because we will use the default root. We have nothing more, and we let's use the try catch and directly return a bad request here. And after we done that, we will get the user that is trying to update his password. So actually we will get the user get the user from the database, and actually from the request body also. So in the request body we will have so I just actually need to add the type because I just want to avoid yes, user interface. I just want to try to avoid a lot more as possible using any type. So because if you add your cursor here, you drag your cursor here, you can see that the user has the any type. So basically, if anyone else is working with you actually, and yes, by doing that also you can see that you have yes, we have not catch anything here because we have actually just a little bit cast between these two types. So here we have internet interface or null internet interface. Since we have any, the code is work because we have internet that is not null. Assume that our internet was null, we can get everything wrong since the beginning. So for someone who code with you, you can actually see that the user have this type instead of any, so the code is more readable And here also you can catch a lot more error, and because if we made a mistake here while while we are creating a tenant and something get wrong, we can actually, and that we don't have a tenant created, we can get a user not linked to any tenant, and basically later a user will create an account and actually do not have any tenant linked to his account, so that can be bad. So I actually now the thing we will do is that we will just use a negative here, a negative here to say that we need the tenant to be not null. So yes, sorry, have a tenant interface type or null type. So that's it. And now here we do that. Here also we will need to do that. So we will need the user here. We will need a user here. So user interface equal request body. And now that we have that, we will check if actually we have a user. If we don't, we will return like this, a not found, user not found. So here we know that our user already exists and he is trying to update his password. So what we can do is actually, let the user know that we can find his email like in any other application software. So we can find his email that he is trying to use to update his password. So we use when I not found, sorry, we just use a random message and do everything in the front end. So we have a not found anyway, so data is not found. So we had a not found, and now that we have a not found, we will just grab the user password. So we will say that the old password will be replaced by the new password, but hashed, the new hashed password. So we will also, like we did here, we just encrypt the password like we did here. So we copy and paste that. So the password will be replaced by the new password coming from the body, the request body, and we will assign the new password, the encrypted new password, to the old password to the user from the database. And now that is done, we will just save the update the user. So we update the user and say that we update the user. Also, do not forget to say that the user is updated to catch it that on the password update. And we will say that we want to update the user. So basically we will say that the updated user is update the user. So actually, I think I need to, because in MongoDB, when you populate something like this, when you populate, sorry guys, I forgot to add this. So I forgot to add this because if you don't, you can make, actually I think you can make the code work. So you need to execute the code source like this to make the code work. Yes, I think you don't, because I just test everything with Postman and that worked very well. So don't need to add this, but I just added in case. And now, as I said, when you populate something here, the thing will be populated, but in MongoDB the role, instead being an object, it will the code need to have the role ID, the role variable have his ID has value. So instead having before updating, instead of having the object as value where we are trying to update the user, the MongoDB need to have the role has value his ID. So instead we'll use his ID like this. DB user or we will check the role. We say that DB user. So actually what we'll do is check if the role object exists. If the role object ID, we will use after this his ID. And now we will update the DB user, and now that you can send a OK statue like this. I'm so lazy, sorry guys. And that's it. You can have done actually in the design body the updated user. So that's it. Let me generate a comment. Let me actually generate a comment. So let me generate a comment. A comment will be this. So you take a user object from the request body, get the user from database, encrypt the password, update the user in the database, and return the updated user. Sounds good. So let's continue. So before the update, the password update, the user need to receive an email. So actually the user need to provide his email to receive an account recovery link by email. So to do this, we need to also have an endpoint. So we will not test this. We will just I think we can actually test this quickly with Postman to make sure that later we don't get in trouble. So let's have a post type, a row, and a JSON here. And for the JSON, we will have the same data here, also the same data here. So actually, for this one, we need to check the bearer token. So first, the thing get interesting here, because for using injection dependence, I don't know how to use middleware. I need to go to our list this dependence documentation, sorry, to see how they use middleware. So we will create authentication middleware to access this endpoint, but actually we just test everything without the authentication middleware. So what is the authentication middleware? I think the sorry guys, I think the authentication middleware, no, I don't think the authentication middleware will check if the token is still valid, and yes, let us access access each endpoint that is protected, that is not that is not public. So we will just we'll just test, as I said, we'll just test the audit password. Sorry guys, I just realized that this endpoint need to be in a user controller, because now we have a auth controller. A auth controller is not to, if we have to make everything right, this endpoint should not be in this file. So anyway, I will just use this endpoint and move the endpoint to user controller file. So let me test this, and if everything work, we will just move the source code, and now we will have this, and we have a put type. So the put type with this, usually normally you will need to have this setup, but we will do it later. We will know out, and we will check this, and we have an error. Sorry guys, we have an error. We don't have any route with yes, because we don't reload the server. Actually, let's reload the server. So the server is reloaded. Let's yes, so as you can see, as you can as you can see, everything is okay. So let's actually let's code as it, and while we are creating our user controller ts.ts, we remove this source code inside the user controller. We will leave as it now for now, but now we need an account recovery endpoint. So that will be send account recovery link. Send account recovery link. So the account recovery link with yes. So you always use shortcut. Do not forget to return a bad request on catch block, and also do not forget to use our parameters request and response. I will always be lazy guys, because if you don't, you will lose a lot of time while recording. So a lot of copy paste, I know. And now we will get the user from the body also. And let me take a quick look on my other project, how I do it, because I just want to waste a lot of time. I will explain each time I do code. So what I do is I found a user, like here. I found the user that is trying to get a concurrency. That is normal. Actually, we need to check if the user exists in the database. So we check if the user exists. If the user don't exist, if he don't, we say that we are not found the user. So actually, there will be a not found like this request to say that okay, you are not in our database. You need to check your email or you need to create your account. So we are not from your email, but if we do, actually I think yes, we will generate a 24 hours token that will why the token, because the token we will check inside we check if the token is still available to let the user access the password page to change its password, because we can send like in any other again software when you ask for a link to update your password, the link is always available 24 hours. I think one day we do the same. So now we will generate this token. So let me generate the token that is available 24 hours. So we say Bureau token. Yes, we use the same service. So Bureau token generate, and we will add same. We will add the email and the password. Sorry, the email and the password, and we will say that the token is available 24 hours, and we will use. I think I might need to add this data in this. Sorry, I think I might need to add this data in an enum because there will be a lot of update, a lot of refactor. If I had to change this, that will be changed once, and because if I don't assume that I use a lot this, and if I don't do that, so I have a lot more work to do later on. So I will identify each time I will use enum. So expire in. Okay, we will change every by using. So actually what you need to do is to eat for you guys that are using Windows, you need to, for Mac still I don't know, you need to hit Control and F so you can have this first text box. So in the first text box you need to tap this and hit click on match case, and when you do that still have 3 results. So you need to replace each data. So we will just write the first. So we will write the first to make everything easy. So the expire in enum, and we use the 1 day. Yeah, we can do it directly because I think we have just one. So the 7 day, and For the other, we just replace them. So done. Okay, so one day, one day, and we will create a link. So the link that the link which the user will click to get to the update password page. So the link will look like this. The link will be so it on Windows also you need to have this. Sorry, on not Windows. Sorry, you need to have the user. So actually, we will use origin URL. So I don't actually have. Sorry, guys. I don't actually have this. So the origin URL will be the software URL. So the domain name. So I think I will just say domain name like this, or the software URL. So yes, I think the origin URL instead, and in the interface we just add the origin URL because we don't have it. And this is something we can. I don't know. You need to store. I don't know. I think we don't need to store it, but yes, for the security we can actually store it. So we will store the origin URL also. And that is actually not required. So that will look like this. And this because and we will just use what will be the route that get us to the update page. And here we will have to pass also the token. So inside you can get the token in the front end and check if the token is still check if the token is not expired, still valid. So that's it. So now we have to send an email. So I need to create an email that send the link to the user. So actually I think I might need to create a service that send email. So I will create an email service. So like this. So before the email service, I think I will need to create a file. Yes, I don't know. Yes. Before that, I will create an util that. Let me check in other. Before that, I will create. I need to create inside the util folder a method that send email. So I will create a method that send email. So I will create a email that utils that ts. Okay. So now that I will create class email. So this class will just contain a static method that send email. So that's it. And what we will have, the person to who we will send the email, and the subject, and we will also have the content. Yes, I think that is okay. And now we will have a try catch block. Each time use a try catch block, and now you will have to throw the error if something get wrong. We have a transporter. So we have a transporter. So I said early before the start that you need to have a node mailer, so you need to import node mailer, yes. Sorry guys, node mailer from node mailer. So you need to have node mailer to create a transport. So the transport will be the host and the SMTP that will contain the SMTP configuration, the SMTP setup. We will create, I think, we need to create a constant. Yes, we might need to create a constant that contains every value. Yes, I think we will need a constant that contains every value. So yes. So here we will have a constant like this. So we have a file called smtp config dot constant dot ts, and we will export a const that we call smtp config. And we will say that the host is equal SMTP. So I will use a Gmail account. So I will use a Gmail account. So the SMTP will be. Let me take a quick look. SMTP will be okay. Gmail.com, and the port will be also 587 and secure. It is secure, and we use the auth. So the auth will be your account, your Gmail account. If you are using a Gmail account like me, but if you are using another account, you actually need to check on Google how to configure your SFTP. So the user will be, I will use this here. Okay. So we will create a transfer, and after that we will have a mail option. So the mail option will be the mail option. I think I can create a the mail option option will be from the from will be the same account, Gmail account. So out and user, and after that the two will be the two, and the subject will be the subject, and the content will be the, actually we will use HTML, so the content will be the content. Yes, because we will use HTML template to send the email. And now I think we can send the email with the transporter. So actually we send the email with the transporter, so we will use the mail option, and we will use callback. So inside the callback we will check if we have an error. We will check if we have an error. If we have an error, we will return false, because actually we need to have a promise of boolean, so we return, oh sorry guys, we will return a false, and we will also log the error. And if we don't, we will return a true. We return true, sorry. And we send just say that for ourselves, because nobody see that if he's not using the source code, and we say that the message, we send that the message is sent. So we see that the message is sent. The message with this ID. Sorry guys, I see that the message with this ID is sent. With this response. Okay, and we return it true. Okay guys, actually I think I will send a promise of boolean. Okay, and here I will return false. That's it. Now that I do that, I will just create. Sorry guys, yes. Yeah. Now that I do that, I will create a email service to an authentication email service, I think. I will create a service to send authentication email. So I will create a new file called auth email.service.ts. Auth email. And now that I create this, I will just create. Let me comment actually the email. This an email. So now we will generate the doc. So it's done. So we create this and we will create a method that send the account recovery link. And inside here we have the two, and we have the name and a subject. Have name to use and a subject. I'm sorry, not the subject, but the subject. It's okay. Here we will just write down the email which is and we say that we want to send an email to and we use the subject and the content. Where is the content? I don't actually know. Yes, I think I just need to build the content here, and I will need to link also. Yeah, and I just need to build the content here. So let me add an empty string here. Make this async. So let me check other project how I do that. So what I do is actually what I do is that I import fs file system from file system and import path from paths, and let's build our content. So the file system we will read file async path result, and we will get the tier name. Let me actually see what I have. Name. Okay. The tier name plus. So there will be the email template folder. I don't remember if I just add a template for there, guys. But if I don't, I will do. And actually, I will update the public repository with this new code. So actually, I decide to let the code public to reach this actual point. I will just make the repository public for a few more videos before make this public, because actually that I say early, this is a private project. Even I am sharing, I just kind of want you to code at the same time as me to get more experience. I just can let you grab the source code like this without watching and without trying to learn. So yes, I will just let you have this, and after that I will use the template. So actually I just need, I think, to so the template is the template is account recovery link .html. Okay, and I use the link. Now I will use the link like this. No, okay. Now that I do this, let's see. Okay, so I use bad result, and okay, let's use an encoding. So encoding will be encoding. Okay, now we will replace we will use a marker in the HTML, and we will replace the marker. So I was saying that we will use marker on the HTML and replace this marker like when we are trying to just replace this marker. So we will say that the content equal again the content, and where we will replace this marker. So this marker will be the name marker, like an interpolation in Angular. I will use the name or the full name, because I already have the template, and I remember that I add a full name, and we will replace by the name, and we will also replace the link, and like this we will replace the link. So that's it. We have our subject, we have our content, and everything is ready to go. Now we will generate a tag. So actually I just figured out that I also need to, you can see this guy also generate actually the link. Okay, this is smart. So So hello guys, I'm back. So now, if I remember, I was testing the. I think I was testing the send account recovery link. Yes, I was testing the send account recovery link. So I will continue testing this and see actually if we get a link by email. So okay, let's run again. So we generate our token, we have our link. Okay, and we had a problems with the content, so let's actually fix this. Okay, we got this. We got this. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And now we see if we can return. Okay, we have an error. So let's see actually what the error contains. Actually, on line 24, yes, I have an error, and this error is about, I don't really know. It test again, and boom, again. Okay, so as you can see, we we send our message to our email, so everything is okay. So let me actually check my Gmail account to see if I received the message, and I think I do. And now you can see, but okay, so basically I was using a test email, so this is not my email directly, but what if I add my email here and run again the test? So we will remove all our breakpoint. So I just removed all the breakpoint and run again the test. So now you can see that the email is sent, but I got nothing. Okay, let's try again. Okay, I have an error, so let's see what happens, because the email is sent, but I have an error. So let's see actually what happens. So yes, I know, I have any account with this user. So anyways, I think we send our email. We have a failure delivery notice here, so I will just close my account and continue. look for how to create. I actually recreate, but I will look for how to create a authentication middleware to secure our endpoint. So let's take a quick look on Awilix. I think Awilix, yes, Awilix Express instead, a page to see how to create middleware, how to apply middleware, because I know how to create how to create a middleware, but I don't actually know how to apply a middleware using Awilix Express. So I don't know if I explain what is Awilix Express. Awilix Express is a plugin for Awilix that I said yearly. Awilix help to set up dependency injection on your code, and now Awilix Express is a plugin, that provide a bunch of decorator like post, put, delete, HTTP request type, and root type. For example, you can see here you have some decorators like this, and this plugin provide all these decorator. And for this example, for example, on Express you need to create a root file that point to this controller endpoint. So doing doing that, you don't need to create a root file anymore. So this is what I will express to. So let's see how we can use middleware here. So middleware, okay, add middleware to your Express app. So now to test this, so let's create a middleware. File, so we create a auth middleware.ts.com. So basically we create our function that is called authenticate. Authenticate to save more time. So let's do this. So explore function. Okay. Authenticate. So I have a request. A response. So actually, I think I will just copy paste this import, because this is actually difficult to make. Yes, to make this import. If I just I will just import this data, and I forgot about the next function. So I need the next function to next function. So I forget the next function. So that's it. The next function is done. So let me write it right catch. And here we will here we will return a result statue, but always here we will return a for 01 because every is something get wrong in the track block. That means basically that we will return a for 10. So notarize automatically and unauthorized status code. So we will return a HTTP statute code. So we will return a unauthorized statute code, and we will send a message a JSON. Actually we send in the body, we send an error. So that's it. And now we will try to get the token. We'll try to get the bearer token, and we will pass the bearer token and get what we have inside. So what we have inside will be the email and the ID, user ID. So let's do that actually. So we get from the header, because each time we make a request, we'll add the token here. So we had we select the bearer token and put a bearer token here. So we get from this header. So I mean that will be a request header. So we get here, and we use the authorization, and we split this authorization with the space, because each time you put a bearer token, that puts in the header something like this, so a space. You have let me see, actually, so you have something like this. You have a bearer. Each time you use this, you have bearer and a space, and the rest is the token. So we split here to get the rest. That will be the token. So 0 for bearer and 1 for the token. So we get this. I mean 0 for the bearer word here, the bearer word, and 1 for the rest, who is the token. So now that we did that, we will check the token. So if token, so if you have something, we will just so we use JSON Web Token, a plugin called JSON Web Token. I will show you that. So you can find this on npm. So package JSON. So I use this JSON Web Token. So type this library on npm, and so you can find that. Sorry, and go. We'll import this gwt from JSON Web Token. So we will so actually we will decode the data. So we will decode the data. So we will use JSON Web Token, verify the token, and we will use we have a constant for the token. So this is the utility, so you don't need to write a string, you don't need to remember again what is the token constant. So we use the token constant here. So we use the token secret to get the token. So that's it actually. So we have the data, so we will put this we'll put this ID, the user ID, sorry, the user ID, it says, so doesn't exist on this thing. So actually we have a payload or string, so but we will just use any type just for this time. We can, to avoid using any type, we can use this like this type. And actually we have email also, but we just need the ID. Okay, this is not asking. We use the any type, and that's it. And that's it. I think, and now that we do that, we return, we continue. And if we don't have any token, we return basically the same thing. The same here, we return a notarized statute code. So here we have our middleware. So now let's use the authentication like we seen on the documentation. So let's get into the, sorry guys for the noise, let's get into the user controller here. Let's actually comment this because we need to comment everything. So you need to comment everything, so we can for function special function like this. Okay, I know. And here we have a before. I think this is what I saw on the doc. Yes, a before. And we will import the default. We will need to import the default from Release Express, and we will need to also import the authentication from the middleware. So actually we got yes, we need to provide some but we just remove this, and I think we can work with that. Okay, this is it, and let's see if we can have okay, reload. And we say that we want to update our password. So we have this URL. We have a post request. We have this. We need an email and a password, because that's actually the body we send if we want to update our password. And here we have the reset password endpoint. So we have user control here. We change this to user because we already have our old controller. I just copy and paste, and this is what I just forgot to change. So we have a user endpoint. So here we have a user endpoint. So we have our user endpoint, select row, change to JSON, and we have our row. So we will change the password. So the password will be changed to this. Even we have the same, we can actually change the password to test. And we will to test first. We will add. We will make the request without any bearer token to see if actually we got A401 not an unauthorized status code. So let's go. So okay, we don't have this because we need to reload the server. And I will put a breakpoint here to see if okay, I just put my breakpoint. Actually, let's see if the authentication is also sorry. Let's see if we need to register our authentication function. I don't think so. Let's test our middleware. Okay, not found. Okay. Not found. Not found. We can find our user endpoint. I have this. And I have a put. Okay, I know because here I have a put instead of a post. Need to change this to put. So let's do this again. So we got in our authentication middleware. This is good. We got nothing, and we return A401. So okay, this is what I needed. So now we will log in again. We log in so we can get a token. So we will grab the token. Just grab the token. Sorry guys. We will grab our token. Let me actually see this. We will grab our token. Yes, we will grab our token and we will use now a bearer. Okay, we will grab our token and we will use a bearer authentication type. So just remove this whole token and add the new one, and we will try again to update our password. And now you can see that we have our token, and sorry, we have our token, we decoded our token, we have the email and the ID that we send, the expiration date, and the IAT. I don't know what that means, but let's continue so we can put the data inside and next. And we got unauthorized. Cannot set the header after they are sent to the client. Okay, let's update the code so now we can have something like this. And let's try again. Because what actually happens is that the next function is sent, but is it, but we have a return also that. So okay, let's try this again. Okay, so now we run this again. Let me add a breakpoint here. So continue. So we have reached our endpoint. So we have a new password. Yes. So that's it. That's work. So if we are trying to log in again, we see that we can log in. Okay, so you have this. This is great. So let's change the password as we change. Let's write the right password as we change it and test again, and you can see that we log in. So this is great. Mm. Okay. So now we will build all the client part. We will build all the client part. Let me actually stop the server. No, not stop the server, but we will keep the server open. We will just close this postman session. Now we will start coding the client part. So I will open the client project I created early and the front end. So let's see actually what we got in the front end. We got nothing in the front end, so we build everything from scratch. So I will take just a quick break. So I don't, yeah, no. I will just take a break after this counter is finished. So let me actually run the project. But when the project is running, I will just take a quick break, do some push up. I'm coming back. I do a little bit push up and take a little break, so now we can continue with the front end. So as I say, sorry guys, I'm I'm a little bit out of breath because I do 15, I think 15, yeah, 15 push-ups. So let me take my breath. Okay, as I say, I have nothing in the front end, so we will build everything from scratch. We will build everything from scratch. So I already have some project, so I will just take a quick look each time to gain also more time on this project. So let's do this. This is the project. So now I'm inside the project, and here we have all our folder. In the core folder we have our constant directory. We have nothing inside this folder for now, but we will build everything on the go. So we have our constant folder directory, and so now we are inside our folder. We have our core folder, and inside our core folder we have all the constant directory enum function generated files, ground, HTTP interceptor, interface model service. So you basically, if you code in JavaScript, you know what is constant, and this is a variable that have value that you will use across the source code, and this value can be changed only in this file, and you have and other you cannot change this file else anywhere else. down this file. So we have our directives, like we use a lot of directives. You can see that, you will see that on Angular, and what we will code here. And we will use a lot of enum. We have our function that we will use across the code source. Our generic function will be created here. In Gua is like what we created just yearly, like the middleware. This Gua will check every. This keyword will help us to see if the user can access a component or a resource. Uh, we have our HTTP interceptor. So like you can see in the folder name, this interceptor will intercept all the HTTP requests that are made to see, for example, if we have a 410, a 401, sorry, we have an unauthorized access, so the user will be redirected directly to the login form, uh, stuff like that. And we have our interface, our model, and our service, and our util. So this is our core folder. So we have our module. We have nothing inside yet, but we will create them. We have our shared module, and this shared module will contain all the, we will create inside all the component and other code on the go if we need it, to be used across all the other component, all the other part of the application. So now the plugin, so you can see that you can search that here inside the component, the extensions tab, and click on this extension and search Angular CLI. So if you install, you can see actually you can create this component using yes, using a right click, and that's it. Now we will have our back navigation. So our back navigation will look like this. So we have a nav, equal navigation, and we have a link, or instead a router link. Router link, and we will put here our link, so our link, and we say that we have an NB button. So NB button is the link will be, if you add this directive. This directive means that you want a Nebula button, but we will actually add Nebula button in. We'll import this Nebula button here. If we do not, here we do. So let's actually okay, I had some. So actually we have an button, and we have a shape. You can specify a shape. You can also specify a size that is tiny, and you can also specify a statue. a primary statue for the style, and that's it, I think. And we will use also a nebula icon, with an icon that is an arrow back, I think. Okay, arrow back. So now that we have our navigation icon, we will use a title. So don't mind about this, because this is a variable we don't have yet in our TS file. So each variable you use in the HTML should be declared and should be in the TS file. So let's actually specify the title. So the title will be by called title, and we will declare all these variables. So let's remove the constructor and the ng init override method, because we don't need them. Actually, we just need to have this we say we need the title, and that is the string, and we need a link. Okay, we need a link. So what that means? That means that if we add this decorator before this variable, that means that we will receive the title and the link from a parent component. So if we use back navigation component inside a top level component, model and interface, like in the same model as what we got in the back. So let's copy the user interface from the back. So here we have a model plus an interface. Each time we create a model, an interface that we can use in the constructor to create a new constructor. So let's actually go back in the backend here and grab the user interface. Okay, we grab the user interface, remove the Mongo because we don't need this here. We keep the role interface. No, we remove everything here. We say we have our role here and our tnet also, and a user here, and we remove the extend here. We add documentation because we need to add every time a documentation. I know this is a lot of work, but you need to explain everything because this is better for anyone who want to work with you and got on the project on the go. So having a documentation is better for anyone who start who is new and start on a new project. So yes, you can say that yes, this is just properties, but you can also write a doc on properties. Right now, I'm just keeping it simple because you know each property we have here, but if we have something to describe more, we will do it. And now we will just keep it simple. So new password. So this file here now we can, like for this for example, you can describe more. So here I will say that this field will be used to compare to be compared to be compared to the password field, the password field the password field when the user is trying to update his password. Now we have something that is, we have a generated token and the verified email boolean and agree with term and condition boolean and okay, basically one thing we do not do yet is to first we forgot to send email verification link to the user. We will code this after the sign up form. After the sign up work, we will add to the endpoint how to send the code to send the email and the code to receive the link after the user click on the link inside the email to verify his email. We'll do everything here after the sign up form, and we will also use Facebook and Google authentication. So now I will just continue and we do it later. I will just do it first and do it later. I will write down this and somewhere and to remember what we have to do next. So so this variable will be used if the user click on one on the Facebook or the Google button to log in or sign up instead. So we are implementing the sign up from right now. So and remember me to remember me will be used for to remember the user password, and we'll use this field we use this field to see if the user is change his password, and the origin URL is the URL we use we will use like we saw before to get the website origin URL, so the local host or the domain name to build a link that will be sent inside the email, the verification email or the account recovery email. So here we can have a new value because if the user creates himself an account, he will be not linked to any user. So this we will have this setup when a user will invite another user to his account. So assume that we have a user who register and work with two other users and wanted to add this two user to the platform. So this user will be automatically linked to the tenant and also linked to the user. So the admin actually can see the user he invited on the platform. And now we create also the I mean the we create the let's say we create yes let's continue with the user. We create the user model. So now user model, just be lazy, copy and paste this and add public here, also here. Why? Okay, just change this into class and public here, also here. Everywhere, because we need to access this data outside outside, so you need to add this accessor here. Now you can format the document and everything is right on place. And I think like we'll just add a negative here. Add this before. Yes, because as you can see in the TS config, I use strict mode, and using this, I think you need to by the strict mode. This is the strict mode, so you need to check everything. Everything need to be okay. If I remove this and set up to false, you can see that I can do whatever I want inside. So I need to reload actually Visual Studio Code like here, and boom, you can see. But I will just use the strict mode because this is, as I explained before, the strict mode help to avoid a lot of error. So there is no sense that you are not using the strict mode if you are coding in TypeScript, because you can basically create a TypeScript file and write JavaScript inside there. But Actually, the solution that the problem sorry that TypeScript is solving is to uh, make the code typed so you can actually avoid a lot of error when you build the project before building the project or forget about something and make your application crash because we are just human, we forget a lot. So yes, use the script mode because we will not in for each value we don't need to initialize each value. Yeah, initial we don't need to init each value. And now we will create a let's now create a constructor. So we will say that we have a user that can be null. We can choose to use the constructor in the new lab user here to create a new model. Also, we need to implement this interface to make sure that we are matching all the fields inside the interfaces. So here we call it user instead of interface, and as you can see, okay, no, you need to actually import the user interface. You can see the interface, but you need to import the user interface. Why we can find name interface? Because to import the user interface, I think I will do it manually because I think Visual Studio, I have problem with Visual Studio. Let me just reload Visual Studio Code. So now we just shut down the run and reload Visual Studio Code because I don't like to import things like this. I just want to get help from VS Code. So now that I reload, let's see what happened. Let's see this finish to build, and now let's try again. So now you can see that we can import very easily. Okay. Now we will use this each value here. So here we need to specify the user ID because in the back we don't, but here we need to. So we say that this is a string and to have the same here.
So now to see more which file I need to use in the constructor, let's split the screen into two so we can easily read everything. So I need the ID. Okay, what we got here. Okay, this is undefined. It's not asking undefined. So if I okay, then this thing undefined this thing. Undefined. Dependent undefined is not asking you to find what type we got here. And if you say that this is undefined, it does make more better. And we just need to remove this ID in deep user simple okay. I think that's better. Okay. I think I might need to do this for the rest. But actually, let's see. Now we will continue with the assignment. I use this because that will be easier to
for the update, because imagine when we want to update the profile of the user and we just update this is an assumption. So like make like imagine that we want just to update the full name and the name of the full name, sorry, and the email of the user, and don't touch any other file on the user model. So actually we will have a we to do this when you use a form. So basically the form will return only the user email and the full name, so the rest will be null. Imagine that we send the whole object to the pack, so you will get only the email and the full name into the pack, and the rest of the property will be null. And this is not actually what we want. We want to make everything easier, just automatically using concatenation and loop on the constructor. Yes, on the constructor when we update the user, so the rest of the field will be still get the rest of the value will still set to the user, and we just update the email and the full name. So don't worry guys, if you don't understand what I'm explaining, I will show you why I'm doing this and why that take a lot of time to do. So let's continue. No, actually it add every time a verification on the user, because I need to check the user before doing everything here. So let's remove all this verification, and now we can continue. It's like I, to add more to what I explained here, it's like updating two field or three for whatever field we want to update, but keeping the rest in memory to update, keeping the rest on memory. If you do not want to update all the properties and wanted to update two or three fields from the user model, you can do that and keep the rest in the variable. It's like keeping something in memory, and this constructor will help us do that. Actually, this is the token.
So now we create the role model and the tenant model. Let's copy again what we got in the backend. So new file called generic.service.ts. So generic, and we specify this for generic type. So this is a generic type, and after that we have a constructor where we will inject our HTTP client. I have something similar to this in my old project. Let me take a quick look. Again, say generic. So yes, what I need to do after is, to have a header. So we define a header, HTTP header. Okay, and we have and we will also have our URL, so API URL, and we will call the environment file because this is where we add the API URL. Here you can see that we have this because I take this from an old project, but I will just change this to what was my 2003. So we replace this by 3 and that's okay. And just because actually let's explain this file. So this file that we are seeing here we contain all the value we will use in our local machine or when we will deploy in production environment. So here are the value that will be used is for the local machine. So here you can see that the production is equal false, and you have some value that we will use. I will explain later what is this value. And for the production, when you deploy your application, this file will be used instead. So you can see that the API, we can change this value actually after we deploy, because we don't know yet what will be our production API URL. So let's actually um, show you where the switch is made. So the switch is made in the Angular JSON file. So here, when you search for environment, you can see that the replacement is made here. So in production, this file will be replaced with this file. So that's it. Don't need to understand what we have in this file. You just need to know that. And so we directly call this file and use the API URL. So that's it. And now I inject my HTTP client, and I want to have an URL here also, and endpoint URL, or endpoint, just endpoint here. So I can just concatenate I can just concat the URL with the API, the endpoint with the API URL, like this. Yes, I think I can do that. Yes, like this. Yes, the endpoint like this. Okay. Uh, okay. And now each time I need a header, you need here the bearer token, because we create a middleware before we create a middleware to get inside the secure endpoint. So now, to get inside the secure endpoint, we will need the token, the bearer token we generate each time we sign up or we sign in a user. So now we will prepare the header to always have the bearer token. So here we will just init a new HTTP header. So as you can see here, we have an option. We have you can see that. Let me explain. When we create the user, the role, and the tenant model, we pass an interface inside the constructor here like this, and we pass each value here. So we don't need to. Yes, we pass each value here, but assume that here we just need the authorization. So the authorization, we just need the authorization. That's not mean that the default header will not be sent. So here we just need the authorization. So this is basically what we do with our model. So we just pass the authorization, and all the other variables will be sent when we make our HTTP request. So here we pass our authorization like this. Yes, authorization. and we will say that this is a bearer token with every time. Don't forget about this, the space, and we will JSON parse the local host, the storage. Actually, the local storage is on any type, so don't forget about casting to string. So this will be the storage, local storage, to get item user, and this will be the token. So the object is possibly null, so yes. And let's say it doesn't exist in type string. Yes, I know this is not there. I need to, this is not here. I need to do this here. So I will get the token like this. Okay, I will get the token like this. So we will store. We don't do, why we do that, because we later on when we sign up or register a user, we store in the local storage a user. So the local storage is like this a small storage on your browser that we store this information, and we clear this information so we log out. So that's it, and now we will create all the endpoint we will need. So while we create a generic service, so we create a generic service once, and we will use it for each service we will create. So now we can start creating our method to make our HTTP call. So let's generate a doc, and we will start with the get or to get all that will return an observable of T, any model, the generic model. Okay, and we will return this HTTP, and we will say that we want to get a T with an array cast, and we will say that we want to pass the API URL, and we want to use a header that contains the bearer token. That's it. Let's generate a doc. So we want to do the same for the get by ID. So here we have our ID here, and we return one object, not an array of object, and we return this, and we let everything like this, and maybe we need to concat the ID here. I think yes, we need to concat the ID. Yes. We need to concat the ID like this. Yes, like this. Put a okay, done. Generate the doc. And now we want also a search. We want also a search method, okay? Because if we search the search
don't look at this name like you are looking at the name actually, because the search will return a paginated result. So we will search by a term and we return a paginated. So we return for the current page the result and this filter it by by the search term. And so let me just write the method and you can see when we will use this method, we can that will automatically make sense. So let me do that now. I will just take a quick look inside another project where I implemented that, and I will to go faster. So the current page, the size we want to take. So the size of data we want. So if we want 10, 5, or 20 data on the current page, and just search them that we will send. It will be a string, and this will be also an observable of object. So this will be basically an HTTP post, because let me explain why this is HTTP post. Because we will create another interface to we will send all we need inside, so the search term, everything, the filter, the data to be used to filter the data. We send it by a post. So when you post this object, we will use this object posted to make some requests in the back and get back with a result that contains our filtered data. So let's make a post. So that will be a post. So after we will have we actually create this method, but for now let's see. Mm, so we will use this and we will just build our thing. So let's start. So first we will need to send the page, and then the size of data we need, and then we will pass the search term. Okay, now that is done, let's create our data table response. So the data table response is the format of this this the structure of data we want to get from the back when we want to load data into a table, or we want to search data to return result to be loaded into a table. So that will be called data table response. Data table
response interface. And to make this also generic, we will pass the T model, and we say that we need data in array of data. We need draw. We don't actually need data. We need record filtered, the total number of record filtered, and we need the total record. We need total record number for the pagination. So to have a paginated data, we need this information. So here we will use it like this. Here we will use it like this. So data table interface and the T. Actually, this is a get. No, that's a post. Actually, this is not a post but a get. Sorry guys, because I have nothing to post. I have nothing to post, so data table response. So basically that's it. So actually read carefully the doc so you can remember after if you get back on the project after many days, week, months, year. Okay. So we were building. We were building the same prop. But anyway, let's finish. Let's just finish the service. So we have and create and delete and update. So create. Create will be entity called that return also an observable of the generic model. So we will say that is return HTTP. I need to take a break. HTTP post. And we have this API URL. and we will have the entity that we want to post, and we have the header, and here we specify the model, so the generic, and we say that the header is this, and we format the document, and we will just do the same for the update. Just actually copy this and paste, change the name, don't forget about the type of HTTP request, and done. Okay, here I think we will need to specify an ID, like we need it for on the back. This is actually how the endpoint is right. So okay, here, and we will need instead an ID, and yes, we say that this is an entity ID. Okay, let's say that we need an ID here. And done. And now we will create the delete method. So the delete method will this will be the delete with the header, and done. Okay, and done. Okay, now we'll just get back on our old service, and we will extend the generic generic service with the user model, and we will just use HTTP client here, and we will pass the endpoint here. We say super HTTP. So here we have, sorry guys, we have the endpoint. So when you assign a value, you don't need anymore to specify a type, because type will automatically know that you are using a string. This is a string. You can see that here. Okay. Okay, let's actually remove that and just do this. Just say that we want this.
okay, just remove this. This is all okay. Then we have our service that you can inject directly. And let's actually make this method abstract as well. Yes, because this is abstract, we don't need this anywhere else like in services. That's it. Just so actually, let's start coding our sign up form. So now we code our sign up form. Okay, let me get comfortable so we can start the sign up form. Okay, now let's create an authentication module here. Let's create an authentication module here. Here we create an authentication module. Okay, now I like to create a module with routing, so let's do that with the command line. So to create a module, what you need to do is to hit ng generate module. Sorry, this is module instead module and the name of module. So we got our authentication module out to make simple. And to create a routing file, you need to add this parameter. So this parameter will generate another routing file that is automatically linked to the authentication module. So actually, you can have a shortcut like this, I think, and for the module, you can also add a shortcut like this that makes simple and save sometimes. So now you have your authentication module created. Let's actually go inside. So now you can see the authentication routing module and the that is automatically linked here, so it is imported here. And now what we'll do is to actually create a route already. We before create a component. So actually you can go on the extension bar and install this plugin. So you can install Angular CLI plugin, and this will allow you to, instead using a command line, you can use directly. You can actually right click here on auth and new component. So you can create a new component called sign up. So now we have our new component called sign up. So inside you have the HTML, the CSS, the spec file for unit test. Actually, I want to say something about the spec. So in big companies, you have to make some unit tests about what you have inside your component. So actually, we are alone. So to continue move on, to continue to save some time, you don't need actually to write. Sometimes you can do all those things alone. So when if you have a software to build and you build the software and you have a team, you can uh, allow sometimes on this and make some unit tests, because there are also benefit. I think this is what I will say. There are some yes, benefit on making some unit tests. So unit tests will help you if check if by running a single line command you can see if everything is all right. And okay, see that everything is all right is that all the tests you are implemented in the software are passed. So that means that nothing is break, so you can be happy. But actually, unit tests have 16% of the time of you. Sorry, unit test takes 16% of your time when you are coding a software. So we will skip this part for now. So we have our component that is generated. So now we will generate also our sign-in component for the user to log in. What we have in the backend, we have also an account recovery system. So basically, we will have a link, I think. We have a component that called account recovery that will be the component that contains one single input and one button to send to enter your email and receive the forgot password link. So we say that this is account recovery. And here we will say that to update the password, we need to have also a password update. So we call it reset password. So we have our for component directly here. So we will automatically create a route to this a route to this password. What that means? That means that you will define all the URL that will be automatically linked to the component, pointed to the component, so you can actually reach what the component using this URL. So URL location, whatever. Okay, the root actually is called. The root will be what you have after this domain name. So the first root for our authentication module is the sign up component. So we have our sign up component. So now you define the paths. We will define the component we will use for this part. So the component will be sign up, the component we just created. And now we will also create a sign-in component. So a sign-in component. And we will define also our account recovery route, recovery account recovery component. And now after that we will create our reset password, our reset password, uh, our reset password component. So we have our reset password. So actually, this component are automatically public, so anyone can access the component. Anyone can access, any visitor can access the landing page. We have a landing page. You can the visitor can access the landing page, the sign up component, the sign in component to sign in to login, or the sign-in component to register, and the account recovery to get a link, a recovery link, but this component need to be secure. So what that means? That means actually that if you get your, you can access this component only if you receive a link when you if you receive a forgotten password or a forgot password link and you click on that link will automatically bring you in this component to change your password. So actually what we will say that this component should can we say we ask a guard if this component can be activated. So actually a guard is a like a guardian that will check if the visitor can access the reset password. So we don't have any guard yet, so we create a guard. So a guard, I just explained, a guard will check if we will allow any visitor to access this component. So we will have our authentication guard. We call it authentication guard. So basically what we will do is to create our guard before. So what we will say that we will generate here. So you can right click to see if you can create our guard like that, but no, we can't create our guard. So you just need to navigate outside the module and navigate inside the core folder and inside the guard folder, because I already in the boilerplate I make a guard folder. So you need to navigate inside the guard folder and hit ng, generate the shortcut. You can use G, a guard. So you can use a guard. I don't know any shortcut for the guard, so you can write like this the command line, and you can ng generate a guard, and we call it auth, just like this, and that will generate a authentication guard. We will write nothing inside the authentication guard right now. We will do it later, but just to not forget that we need to protect our root here. We will create the file to be updated later. So now we have some question from Angular when we are creating the guard. It says that always choose the can activate, because we are using the can activated method. So say that which interface would you like to implement. So this is the can activated. I always will use the can activate. So just focus on the terminal and enter click on type enter button to accept to create the can activated interfaces. So here we have our guard. So our guard is ready. We will get back to the guard later, but now we have our guard. We can directly import our guard. So just hitting tabulation, you can see that the guard is automatically imported. So now the guard, we can use many guard. So we can, here this is an array of guard. So you can use a authentication guard, but you can use a lot of other guards to check anything you want to check. This can be for the authentication, but we can basically have, for example, have a guard to check whatever you want. You can check whatever you want before the user access the component. You can check anything you want. So you can have 1000 guard here to check uh, anything. But now we just need to see if the user uh, can access the reset password using this guard. So now we'll get back on, we'll just get, okay, now that we create our component and we define our authentication route, let let also link to the main route, because we have the authentication route where we can just hit this route like that if we don't uh, pass this route on the top level. So the top level will be the application level. So we will just import this route in the application level. So this is the app routine service. Yeah, here. And what we say, okay, basically we will just remove this because we don't need it actually. And what we say that we want to create, we want to have a path. So the path will be the root. So the path will be authentication. So auth to make easy. And here we want, instead of using component like we did on the root file, we will just load the module. So we will say load children, and the load children will be a function that imports our authentication module. So we go out of this folder, go inside the module authentication and authentication module, and then we will use a promise to finish the import like this. So now we have our import. So if this will automatically load our authentication module to access the authentication route. So that's it. Let me see, I'm checking just something. Give me a minute, please. Okay. Now we will say that we want to automatically, when the user get to the domain, we want to redirect automatically to something. Now we just have authentication. So we just redirect to the page we build, so that will be easier to reload each time. So we will automatically redirect to the sign up page, and after we will change that. So what we want to have here, we want to have something called app. So the application will be the secure part of the software, and we automatically redirect to this route. So this route will be also have a guard linked, a guard. So this guard will check if the user is connected. If not, it will automatically redirect to the sign up page login, and basically that's it. But now we just redirect to the sign up form because we want to create the sign up form, and that will be easier if we go to the domain, but to be redirected each time we reload the page to the sign up module. That's it. And go to the sign up module. Okay. So I have a old project that have sign up form and sign form, so I will just use it to not waste more time. So give me a minute, I will search for this. Okay, so we use an NBA layout. So an NBA layout is, I just talked about this later on the video. If I do not, so forgive me. This is used with Nebula UI library. So Nebula UI library. So you can go to this website, so Acqueo github.io Nebula, and you can see read actually the doc. You can use combine Bootstrap. This UI library is compatible with Bootstrap. So actually, you can use Bootstrap and this UI library. You have a lot more feature using this library, and I prefer using this library because you can either use Bootstrap or just, and you can combine Bootstrap using this library, and you have a lot more features. So basically, this is what we got. And now we need to we need to import the layout module. to be able to use layout. So you can see the layout part here, so you can have layout part. So yes, go here and you can see the layout. So we use this, we use layout, and now we have a layout column. Now that we have a layout column, have a session. I just looking at the old project I have with a sign form to make to how to get to save more time. So basically, see what I get so far. So actually, I think what I just did will automatically get the content inside in the middle. So that will be the sign in form. Sorry. And here we have a Nebula card. So instead of using a Bootstrap card, so here you can see that yes, the card are more advanced. So I prefer using this card. Uh, Instead of using a Nebula card, you can actually use this card because you have a lot more feature. You have a lot more. They are more beautiful, and you have a lot more feature with this card. Actually, you can flip the card, clicking on somewhere. Let me show you. You can flip the card. You can flip. You can flip. Also, you can also have some great animation using this card. So I prefer a lot more using this card. So I will just use it instead of using Bootstrap card. So we use Nebula card module, and each time you use something you need to import the module. If you look at the documentation, you can see that you have they say about how you can import the module. So here they say installation, and you can actually import each time you use something about a library. You need to import the module corresponding. So that's it. And now that we have our card, we create a card header. So a card header to contain our header. So actually we will create a little component that we will reuse. So that will be that will contain an icon, and back arrow icon to bring us back to the landing page, and a title like the name of the website to bring us to the landing page. So this, I think this kind of back arrow we use across the software, because I have the experience that I am using this back arrow on a few page of any other software, and I will just move this to a standalone component to be reused later. Now I will use the back arrow here. So I just call it app back arrow. You can add a custom name, sorry, to your component. So here we will just import our shared module here. Otherwise, we can use the back arrow. Still having error, so I think this is because we are not exporting. Yes, we are exporting the back arrow component. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, now we export the back arrow component. I see. The title will be the title of the landing page, the website. So the landing page will have something like this, like let's feed checkout, and uh, we have our icon. I don't know what we got else. A link. So the link will be a link to the landing page. So I still got this error because I don't know why. Maybe I got something wrong. So here we have our component, and we have also our component here, our back navigation component. But I still don't know why I can use this. So I import the shard module, and I export my component, and still don't know why we can. Okay, still don't know why I can have. Okay, I just write it wrong. This is actually back now. I'm really a bit tired, sorry. So we have our back navigation. Let's actually see what it look like. I see nothing, but we can check each time we okay. Great. We start having something. Okay, remove this. Okay, and now we will have. Mm, Now we will have a. Let me see actually what I got. We have our NB card body, so our body will contains our form. So let's create our body. So I have our body. So now that we have our body, we will create inside our. Now that we have our body, we will create inside our form. So let's say that our form group will be called sign up form group. Yeah, because we have this error because we need also to import a reactive from group. If we don't, so I already did, but in the shared module. So let's go in the authentication module. I was in the wrong module, the shared module. So here we will need to import. So start writing reactive, and you can see that you have a reactive from module. So you need to import reactive from module, and you can see that the error is gone. Now we have this error because we don't have yet our from group. So we add our from group. So add your from group, and the type will be from group, and you need to add a comment. So a comment. So I need to now we need to specify a method to be called when we submit the form. What the user click on a button to submit the form, so we call it sign in, and we have our form here. This one will help us to identify our form to say that we want to catch each error, or maybe in the TS file we want to identify our form. But here inside we use this identifier to inside a catch error on the form and display message, for example. So we will create the sign up method here. We will prepare the sign up method here, and always add a type for the method. So you have a void type, and always comment, but we not comment here. We generate the comment for later. And now we have our first. So now we will use input. We will use input. We will use checkboxes. No, we will use input. We will use one checkbox, and we will use also a nebula button. So we need to directly import this module also. So we will use nb input module. We need also a nb button module, and we also need a checkbox module, I think. No, nb checkbox module. So that's it, and we have our module. Now we will create our input. So first is to create a div, and this div we have. So I say that later that we are using Bootstrap, so we will use some Bootstrap classes, and go. And now we will add some label. We add the class to be defined later in the SCSS. And for the label we have this will be for the full name. So one thing I did not show you, So one thing I did not show you is the language JSON file. So basically I create in the asset folder a folder sorry called I18N. Inside I create two JSON file because I want two languages in my software. So using a drop down we can change the languages. So the primary language will be English and the secondary language will be French. I speak French because so I can translate easily inside the file. But you can use any tool at Google Translate and create each language. So you need to the language should uh, should actually need for each file you create you need to specify you need to name the language with the two-letter ISO code. So here we have en.json, fr.json, and for Espanol, like for example, you need to create a file called es.json. So, and for England, I think this is GB, so you need to create gb.json, I think, if I'm not wrong. And inside you will define all your keys and value to translate the software. So we use a package called ng translate. Let me find the package. So we use a package called ng translate, and this package will help us translate our software. So here in the application module, I can see that I import the package here. So here I import the package with some configuration inside. So I already did that. You will find the solution inside you will find anything you want inside the package. So I already did that. I already import the package, and the application component I have nothing. So we will define a default also. After return we force to default language to use. So now that I explained that, let me start writing our translation data. So basically anything you need to add need to go directly into the translation file. So here we'll open our two files, so JSON and AEN JSON and FR JSON. So here we will say app title, and we will say that the value is last week checkout for the two. Yes, because this is actually the title, you don't need to translate. And to use this data, I will put this on. For example, I will use something called app, and inside I will add this. Okay, and I will copy and paste this. So like I said, we don't need to translate. And to use this, let me say that it is title instead. So here what you need to do is to actually use a pipe. So translate use a pipe. So you need to add a simple code and then call the title like this, and after use a translate pipe. This is automatically available when you import the translate module. So this is not available. This pipe is not available because we need to actually import the translate module also here. Make This is very simple because in the application we already have defined some default configuration. So now we can see that the pipe is available. So now you can see, okay, we got some error. So actually we don't have, maybe this is the way we specify. Okay, I think I need to actually say that we need to use, so actually we need to specify the language you need to use, I think. So we call a translate service. We call a translate service. And we say that when the software, we say that when the software start, we need to use a language called, so we will create directly. Let's test this. So we say that we need to use the primary language that is EN. So now you can see that we translate the software. So now what we'll do is to create an enum because we don't want to actually have, if you want to change this value, we can directly change inside the enum. So we will say that we want a language enum here. So each time we add a language, we can directly use across the software this enum. So we say that export enum and call it language. I just write the file name language, and we say that en equal and fr equal, but let's rename the file here and call it language. So in the app component, I need to use the call the enum and use the language. So we just format the document and always add documentation always. So we generate our documentation and with that to see if that is what we want, if that's okay. Okay, you have some big trouble, but there's nothing. Just remove this extra documentation, and here you can actually comment also this generated doc, because when you are generating a doc, the doc generator explain what you have inside this hook. So it says that the function is called when the component is initialized. It sets the language to English. So you can see magical. This is a tool I showed you before, I think. This is called Meatlify Duck Writer. So this is an AI based duck generator. So that's really actually what you have inside your method and generate a comment. I don't know. I said it earlier before, but yes, this is actually what it does. So let's go back to our sign up component. So we are getting something. So actually we have our label. So we have our full name. So and directly I take translate pipe and say that here we say that we have our app, and in the sign up bar we would want the full name, and now we will create this inside the app part. prepare object, sorry. And inside we want full name to say full name. So always for English, the best way, always don't forget to use the same key across all the translation files. So I start using all these key in English. I need to use all these keys also here in French file. So the only thing that you need to change is the value. So the value need to be changed to be translated. So just add the sign up part here and change the translation. So in French that will be non complet. Non complet. That's it. I think I need to add it to that. I just need to don't need it. So and after that we will create our input. So yes, we create our input. So for our input we will have a nb input like this, and we have a size. Do I add size? Okay, I see the field size is large. And I'll also say that we want a full width. I'll also say that we want an autofocus for the first. We want a autofocus, a full width, and we want a placeholder. So we want a placeholder. So we want some ID called full name. We want a placeholder that will have the same value as the label. Make simple. And we want a form control name. We want a form control name here. So let's format the document. Okay, we format the document, and this is what we got. Weird behavior, but let's continue. You want a form control name that will be called full name. Okay, and now let's copy that and paste again. So here we want a email, and now we forgot about the type. So the type will be test. And here we have email, so we can add email. So directly let's write down everything we will need. We will need an email, and we will need password, and we need agree with term and condition. So agree with terms. So agree with terms and condition. So we will translate this, right? So we have email, same in French. Password, you can use also password instead of using the translation. Actually, you can also use password instead of using mot de passe in French. And here we translate that. We say that accepter les termes de la licence et les condition. So here we will have a type email, and we will use a pattern for the email. I don't remember the pattern, so I will check my old project. So the pattern, just copy paste this, so that will be that. So guys, don't worry, actually you will have this part on the public project, so you can actually grab this, copy paste. So we have our pattern for the email, and now we have the password field. Let me see. Okay, now we have sorry, I'm little bit we will have our password. So ID password here, change the ID, and in the place other change also to email, and here change to email. I just forgot. Need to do all that. And now we have password. To type also password, and here the from control name password. Okay, now that we do that, we need to add a checkbox. Need to add a checkbox to say that we want to agree with term and condition. We want a nebula checkbox, and the checkbox will say that yes, we want a farm control name that is called agree with term. I don't know if in the backend this is what we got actually, but let me see, check this. I can basically check this on the user model. So we have we don't even have, yes, agree with term. So we have this, and what we have next. So inside we need to have Apple Pay sign up, and we need to have agree with them. This is normal because we don't have any. Okay. So now that we add the checkbox, here we have a link. We use a link for this, so when you click on this, you can actually see the term and condition. For now, we don't have any term and condition. We do it later, and we say that this is target blank to open a new tab. And we say that we want to use a bold on this, and after that we will have our button. So we have our button, our button, our button to have margin 5. So actually this is a Nebula button. Also you need to add this input, also a full width. Actually we need a spinner, so when we click on this button to register a user, a spinner will start, and we start before the user, while a spinner will start while the HTTP request, the HTTP request is made. So we have a primary statue also for the button, and we say we want a large button to take all the space, and we say that we want a sign up button. So here we have app sign up, and we say that this is the button, and we will just translate that. Now we need to import the spinner module and create a boolean called loading. So here we need to yes, I see that we need to uh, use a button. We need a button module here. I already have a button module, and we need a spinner module, and we need a boolean to say that we want to know if to say that we are making some HTTP request. So here we say that this is boolean instead, and we say that this is false. Okay. Okay, now we got something like this because we are not already init our farm group, so we actually need to init our farm group. So this method, we need to let this method here, we will use it later. So we init our farm group, so always add a type. So we say that this we will call a form builder. We will inject a form builder Angular form builder, and this form builder will help us create our form group. So call the sign up form group and say that this is equal form builder group, and now we will define the corresponding form control name here. We got Now we will define the corresponding form control. So we got a full name. So basically a full name will be empty at first and be required. So we use validator to import Angular validator and say that this is required. We do the same for the email. I think we can use email validator here, but I don't actually know how to do it, and I'm a little bit tired. I will search it for it later. But we use basically each field here we got is required, so we do it like this. And when we reload, I think we will get. We need to call it on the init method to make everything okay. So now you can comment. We can generate a comment. So don't forget, each time you update a method, you need to remove the comment and regenerate it again, because that changed. The description in the doc changed. So here we generate also a comment. Here we say that we have a initialized component that initializes a form group, and here we say that we have a constructor, so we can also generate a comment. So now we generate our comment. We still got an error, so maybe okay, this is great, this is looking good, but we still got some error. I think something got something wrong. So here we have some error. So yes, we do not have a form control for the algorithm. This is why we are getting this error. So here say that this is false, and actually the user need to be check this bus to make everything true, everything to continue. So I have an error with the pattern. It says that the pattern is not good. I need to repeat invalid regular expression. So actually we need to replace this, and we need to remove here the pattern. So great, we have something good. We have something good. So maybe we need to change a little bit the space between the input to make it look good. First we have maybe 4. Margin top 4. This is a kind of percentage you can search on Google Doc. And now we need to create a button. We need to create a button in our JSON file. So we say that this is actually
sign up button. And here we say also we have our side button that's called s'inscrire. And here we need to we see that the button is on the side, so we actually need to place this into the right side. Sorry. So I think what I did is that I just add this button to this part away from group to remove what we got inside and add the button inside from group to see what we got. Sorry. Now we still got this error, so I think all we need to do maybe is to move our button inside this folder, inside this div. Nothing changed. Okay, nothing changed. Okay, what's wrong actually? Okay, anyway, let's continue. We need to implement some CSS. No, we don't need to some CSS. Anyways, let's continue. I need to add a good place to this component, so to this button. So let's say our button is not large. Let's say our button is not large. If we say that we still got this, and let's say our button is not full width. Okay, we got something where let's see what happened. So we got a big margin or padding, I think. Yes, this is actually the margin. Okay. So we just need a margin top and we just need a margin top, and we need to say that again. This is a full width. We need a full width. Okay, basically this is what we got so far, and let's say that we need to add a bottom a padding. Let's say that we want a padding to the form. So here I will remove the margin here we got here and say that we want a padding 5. No, too much. Let's say that we want a nope, not looking good. So just let's say that we want a padding top to 5 and a padding bottom to 5. So this is better. So here we got our sign up form. So here we got our sign up form. So now we will just say that
So actually we don't need the sign up file, the CSS file. So we just remove the CSS file, the style. So actually that's it. We don't need that, and we will sign in directly. We create the sign in form. So here we check if the form group, if the sign up form group is valid. If the sign up form group is valid, so what we need to do is we need to check if the user we need to say that we need to check if the user agree with term and condition. This time you need to check this before, because let's remove that. Because if you hit this button, nothing happens, because we are not implementing not we are not implementing the because we are not added the error message. So let's add the error message. So actually we don't have any error message. So actually let's add our error message. So for the full name we need a ng container. So we use a ng container to check with a ng if directive to check if our form. So actually our form dir, yes, our form dir, like I said before, has error. So we say the error type will be required, and the field will be the full name. So if we got this error, so you just need to show display a message, display a error message. So we say that we have a caption here and a statue that we have in our CSS changer, and we say that here we have error message like this. We have sign up error, and I create an object for error. We say the full name have error. So we say that error. So the full name is require, and we say that the email also is required, and we say that the password also is required. We do the same. I know this is a lot of work, but actually this is what we need to do to translate a website, a Angular software. So here we have some French on the translation. So we say that le nom complet est obligatoire. Le nom complet est obligatoire. After that, we say l'email est obligatoire. L'email est obligatoire. And after that, we say that le mot de passe est obligatoire. Obligatory is mandatory, and mot de passe is password, email is email, and non complete is full name. So this is actually what we got. So we will just display our error message about. So we say app sign up, and we say that error, and we say that we want full name error. We add our pipe. You will do the same for the rest, because yeah, in our form everything is mandatory. So just copy and paste in email parts here. Format the document. I don't know why it keeps cutting wrong everything, but anyway, this is actually wrong. Get wrong. So here we have email. Don't forget, and password. So here we say that also this file is required, but this is should not use any requirement. This we use it like so now what we will do is that we will what we will do is that we want to just forget about, yes, we want to have some, yes, you can see that okay, we have everything that show a message. This is required, this is required, this is good, we have something good. So we can add a little margin or just use a paragraph here. Maybe this is better. Ah, I think nothing's changed, but why? We use margin. Maybe margin will be good, but I can let everything right like this. So okay. Now I want to have here something that asks the user if he already have an account he can log in. So let's do that. So after the form we create a section, a div, sorry, a div, like this. We add some margin top 5, and we say that we want to have to ask the user if he got already had an account. So say sign in page already have an account.
Okay, the margin is too much because I have a yes. Here I have in my form I add a class. I think I need to add it, change the position of this class so I can use it for the card basically or the body. So I will add the class to the body. Say that I want this so my margin can still be 4 for example. And I will say that go to the sign in. So we use a button. So actually in Angular you need to use instead of href, a regular href, you need to use a outer link input. So when you get your outer link input, you need to specify our route. So because we already have inside our route module, you can see that here. We just say that we want the sign-in module. You can say that we want our sign-in module like this, and we say that we want the same thing here. We say uh, go to just say sign in like this, because we don't need to move this actually in. Don't forget to translate. Uh, to translate. So de translation, oui, avez-vous déjà un compte? Avez-vous déjà un compte? And we say here, we say we want another key called not from a sign-in object, but here we call sign-in. We say se connecter, and we say sign up. Here we have, okay, not good. We just have title here that say we s'inscrire. We have, okay, here we have btn sign up. Sorry guys, I'm changing everything. So we have s'inscrire, and so we have s'inscrire, and here we have another object called sign in. This will be an object too, and we say that the title will be se connecter. And we do the same here. After the sign up object, we say that sign in, and here we have our title also, and we say that this title is sign up. Okay, now that we got everything, let's use that. So we have app sign in, we have our title, and our button will be sign up, btn sign up, and go.
Okay, I got something wrong. Let's see actually what we got. Okay, yes, I didn't change the key here. I just changed the key here, but I make sure that we have the same key. So we have the same key. Reload. Okay, still have error. So here and here have the same key from sign up and from sign up. So in the HTML, what we got this. Okay, still not got this block. Okay, let's say we have this one and this one. And that we save everything. Okay, maybe we got something wrong. Okay, good. This is good. This is actually good. And if we, okay, I think we got a problem here. So we had the sign-in route and we click and nothing happens. Okay, cannot match this route. Okay, actually what you need to is to add this like this, and you can actually go to the sign in. Still not working. And if you do it like this, still not working. Cannot match any route like this and like this. Okay, maybe I need to add a three to double that. Okay, good. You can see that work. Okay, now we will create a user. So now we will have a toast. So we have some utils. So here we will create a toast service. So we create a new class called toast utils. So I call the other file service, but actually I need to change the word. So we export class and say toast utils, and we will just add a static method here to create toast. So we say that public static show toast. Why I'm creating the toast to display a message where if something is wrong, if the user tries to create an account and he have a bad request happen from the back, or yes, when he will be logged in, it will show, or we can also show a success toast also. So let's show a toast. So we will get a toast service. So actually we will need a toast service. I don't know if we can inject a toast service directly from here. Don't know. Let's see, we can, I think, I don't know if we can do that. Don't know. We will see if that work. Never do that, but let's try. So we will say that this is a void method. We say that this toast service. Okay, we can't use this injection. Okay, this is our account, so we will just use the service inside. We just use add parameter, so we use enable auto service. We will show the message. So the message will be from the parameter here, and we say the status because we need a status. So that will be nb status, nb status. Don't know what I need to see. I think I need to create an enum of status. So because here after the message you need to specify a title and what again I don't know actually, but let's see. Let me see actually in another project what I use. Okay, actually I need a okay, this is actually a toaster service. A toaster service. So I need to show I need a message, a toaster service and a status. So that will be a nebular component status, and we have our message that will be a string. So we show a status and we will show our message, and we say that the status is here and our duration is maybe 700 milliseconds to use. Okay, now that we create our toast service, let's generate a DAC. So now we can easily use this across the software. So here we have our sign up ready. Let's click here that say nothing is okay. Okay. So here we will directly pass our sign up our value, so corresponding to the user. Sorry, that will be value here, and here we have our user. So our user model, and we check if the form is valid. If the form is valid, if the form is valid, we will check if the user, if the form is valid,
We will check if our user agree with term and condition. If our user agree with term and condition, and what we will do is we will just, I think we can break the method. We just need to return. I don't know. Oh yes, I think we just need to return if the user do not agree with term and condition. Sorry guys, do not agree with term and condition. We need to return, but we need to display. So we say a toast util, and we say to show toast, and we say we want a danger statue, and we want our toast message. So we inject our toaster toaster service, and b toaster service. And we want our statue, so we say danger warning, and we want our message. So yeah, this is this. We want our message, so our message will be you need to agree with term and condition. So let's go back in our JSON file. We need let me get up here very quickly. So we need to actually we need to what I say. Sorry guys, I'm a little bit tired. I just got off person training, and I'm very tired, and it's too late here. So sorry guys. I say that we need to yes, you need to agree with term and condition. So yeah, the message. I will actually put that in error message. You need to agree with term and condition before continue. And now that I have my key that translate in French. In French, c'est vous devez d'abord accepter. Vous devez d'abord accepter les termes de la licence et les conditions. Now that I have that, I can just use a translate service. So actually, using in HTML you use a pipe, but in the TypeScript you will use a translate service to
translate, so you will use a translate service. So um just use a translate service. So import your translate service, and you will say translate instant, and you will actually call the key. The key will be app sign up, and you will say error, and you will say agree with terms to translate to show the toast. So let's have actually. So we need to import the toast module here. So we need to import the toast module. So go to our authentication module, and we say we want a toast. We want to import toast module. Here, no provider. I think we need a provider for our toast module. This is not about. This is not about the module, but more about a provider. So we need to add the toast. I don't know if this is directly in the module toast service, or you actually need to do that in the app service. No, that seems to not work. Actually, I don't know if it is here. We got it is because I'm using this one. Okay. Maybe I should use a service. Actually, I should create a service, I think, and inject the service. Yes, I think this is what I need to create, because to make everything work, I need to create a toast service. Toast service, actually. Sorry, guys. Just make you work for nothing. So I have my toast service. So let's move this method in our toast service. This file directly, and now you can remove this parameter I use. Actually, you don't never have to do this. Actually, I don't know why, because I'm a little bit tired. You don't need to pass a service as a parameter. Directly need to um, you directly need to inject the service. I don't know if I can inject a service inside another service. I think I can, but still don't know each time if this is right to inject a service. Okay, this is what I got. Okay, let me see, remove this. Now let's remove this. Um, Here, let replace this by our toast service. Remove this. Still need I still need a provider, but how I can use the provider? Okay, let me see. So here, later I just import the toast service module. Sorry, the nbtoast module, but we need to add this of our root to get the source code work. And now we got our toast. So let's recreate again another service. So we delete the old. Let's let's copy our toast we created here. So we will make this reusable. So again, we have this error because now I think we want to use the service in our provider like this. As maybe this
in app provider. I never know how this work actually, the providers. I need to read more, like I need to read more documentation about how to provide service and stuff. But now actually I think maybe this is more in the, okay, this not here. Normally I will need to use the toast service here in our authentication module. So that's it. Yes, this is how we provide a service. So let's test again. Okay. And now we have our toast. Great. Great. But this is too fast. Okay, let's adjust some. Let's make the duration be a bit longer. Sorry. So alright, some stuff here. And this is a bit longer, I think. Yes, much more longer. Okay, great. We have our toast. And now let's I just increase the duration. Okay, this is great. So let's remove a little bit of space here. So great. Now we can test our create method. So now that we check this, and we will now we will now save our user. So basically we will now save our user. Let's say here that we have our user also, but okay, this is a repetition. So because if the form is valid, that means the user is not null. So let's actually call our user service. I don't know if we already create a user service. If we don't, so let's create a user service. So here we have our user service. No, sorry guys, we already have our service. This is actually the authentication service we need to use. Okay, we need actually to use the authentication service, but anyway, we will need the user service later. So after we can use the authentication service. So we need to inject the authentication service, and each time we inject something, so we need to regenerate our doc. We need to regenerate our doc to have every parameter describe it. So here you can read your doc each time. So now here we have our auth service. So we will just create the user here and say that if and subscribe to the method, and then say that now that we are created our user, we will redirect the user to the dashboard. We don't have any dashboard yet, but we will create it just now. But just now we will show a toast. So we say that we show this is a toast service. We show a toast, and we say that we need a success statute, and we will need a message. So the message will be translate service, and we say instant to translate, and we get this from the app sign up, and we say that success sign up. Okay, so now go to the translate. Each time you need to translate. So here we will say that we have a success sign up. Here a count is successfully. I think this is how we can write it. Successfully created. Congratulations. Oh, sorry guys. Congrat. And we say we have the same here. So yeah, in French we will have votre compte a bien été a été créé avec succès. Votre compte a été créé avec succès. Félicitations. And now we get back to the sign up form. We get back to the sign up form here. And we say that now we will, in case now in case we have some error, we will need to show a error message. We need to show our error. So we will have a danger statue and say that we say that we want a translate service instead. We say that wrong ID. authentication. So now we will translate the same message in French. In French we have connexion échouée. Veuillez, s'il vous plaît, vérifier vos identifiants. Puis, réessayer à nouveau. So now we will try again. So now we will test our authentication form. Here I got a deprecation warning. So I say that subscribe is deprecated, so we need to change the implementation. Actually, this is something I faced in the last project I coded, this the Code Canyon project. So let me check actually what I did. So I can find anywhere that I fix this deprecated problem. So let's check on Google. Okay, that's it. So you need to implement it like this. So I just remember how to do it. So let's subscribe again, and we just comment this and see how we can do this. So will be next, and we have a result. We have this. And we have the error also. And we say that we want to console and log the error. And we want to show a toast, a danger toast, something we got here. So that's it for now. We can just test our sign up form like this for now, and we upgrade it to store the user into local storage. So we start testing like this. So we say test John test, and we have test. The 545. Okay, actually I need to agree with them. We don't have yet. So okay, connection refused because I think I need to. Yes, I didn't specify very well the URL, I think. So here we will say okay, this is very tough. Okay. So I think we need to rewrite the we say that is public. So here we will say we want this URL. We want just create a sign up method because that will be a byte different. So we will say that we will need. So just grab this here. So we have this. We call it sign up, and we say that we want a user. We import observable from RxJS, and we say here we want a user, and here we want we say that this is public.